Hello, everybody! It is once again time to morgue. Hi, Vanilla. Welcome in. How's your Wednesday been going? Have you been having a good day so far? I hope you haven't been too terribly impacted by the frozen everything that's been affecting a significant part of the U.S. I had to it's very difficult for me to go run daily errands in general because of my day job schedule and stream schedule, but mostly the day job schedule. And I needed to go get groceries, so I tried to go get groceries yesterday. But let me go to let me actually put my face on screen. There we go. Yeah, my hands. Got our first snow of the season, which is very abnormally late. Yeah, no, for sure. It's also abnormal that it came along with the snowstorm of the year. Snowed overnight and was all gone by sundown. Oh boy. Wild. Stop picking up the fucking microphone. Maybe if I rotate it. I gotta adjust this thing. Whatever. But yeah. Nope, it's still gonna track it, huh? Okay. What if I move it higher? How about that? Please give me some of your snow. It's not snow, it's just ice. You're not actually detecting the hand. The microphone as the hand. That's something else. What are you detecting? There's a ghost that's hanging out and watching me play video games. But yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have any snow. It's like ice pellets and then ice. Yeah, no. And it completely froze over. It was like freezing rain. I only have an hour before day job to clear my car. Or to do things in general. So I was like, okay, yesterday I'm gonna go get my groceries today. So I get out to my car and I'm like, okay, I just gotta clear the ice from my roof. It'll be easy. It was not easy. It took the entire hour that I had to just clear the windscreen, the windshield, and the back window. I had enough done at a certain point that I might have been able to see, but not enough to be safe. So I just had to call it and be like, all right, well, I guess it's PB&J's all day today. I can't, there's nothing else to eat, so I guess I'll just suffer. But today, since my car is now clean, it's free of ice. The ice has been gone. I'm able to go actually grab the things that I needed. Which is a lot of soda. I'm a gamer at heart. I need the carbonation. I need the sugar. I need the Pepsi Wild Cherry flavor. I don't necessarily need that, but I like it. But with that being said, with my daily story out of the way, let's talk about some women. Let's get some women gaming, huh? Let's hop on over. Yay! Hi, Morgan! It does seem like it's only you here, Vanilla, but in case you're new here, this is Morgan. She's so normal. She's so normal. Alright, let's continue. Or should I new case? Episode 1? I wonder. I think new case episode 1 is what I should do. All right, well, I guess we're doing it. You can choose to play episode 1 in Hyrule. Stop fucking detecting nothing. Stupid. Fucking. Maybe if my microphone is in the place where the ghost hand should be, maybe then it'll realize there's nothing there. Maybe you need to rotate my body a little bit. I think that might be it, but I want to look at the screen. Okay, it seems to be good. This seems okay. Alright. Anyways, high roller mode. In high roller mode, you're limited to one save slot, and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Quick saving and autosaving will be disabled as well, so remember to save regularly. Yeah, everyone I know sits on their windowsill smoking a cigarette while staring at the night city looking forlorn. It's just literally normal things. It's literally just regular women things to do. The minimum anti-fans will be increased. The minimum maximum penalties for answering incorrectly during trial game period will be increased. The maximum ante will be increased as well, allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credit this episode. In this episode, in high roller mode, will also unlock an own charm that can't be earned any other way. Turn high roller mode off at any time, but you'd have to restart the episode to turn it back on. This episode contains time-sensitive choices. You can double the duration or disable them entirely in the settings menu. This episode contains testimony segments. Objectionable words or clauses will become red. Be prepared to call on them. Spiritual hinting can be disabled in the settings menu. You can address either of these features at any point without affecting your high roller status. High roller mode is intended to encourage risk-taking and discourage save scumming. Consider enabling it if you want to pursue this mystery like a true gambler. Standard. Save and load is often easy like for the perfectionist. I am not a perfectionist. But am I a real gambler? For an Ace Attorney game? Loading during trials is disabled. I feel like fucking up will be really annoying for stream. You know? Okay, fine. Let's high roller it up. Welcome to the high roller tables. Enjoy the thrill. Disable tutorials, you can turn them back on in settings. No, keep them on. I don't know what's happening. Maybe next time. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Wanted to thank you for coming over? Figures you'd notice. I knew we could tell something's bothering you. You're the first person to say anything. At least if it's too obnoxious, you can turn it off. Yeah, that's true. What happened? The police came to see me. In public? No. They wanted to be considerate of my privacy. That's a first. They wanted to talk to me about the other week. About my whereabouts. And yours. I told them I didn't know anything. You must have loved that. Funny. What would you have done? In your shoes? Probably cursed them out. Yeah. I could see that. Is there anything you want to ask me? No. Not even for a favor in return? No favors lost between friends, I say. That sounds like a toast. Why not? To friends. I'll raise a glass to that. Red. Glass him! Vandalism detected. Incident logged. Oh shit, it's Judge Dredd. Ah, fuck. Yeah. The androids have pink blood. How's the auto volume? It's good, right? It might be a little bit loud. I might need to turn that down a little bit. The Reyes charm. Okay. That seems 30 cents looks good. Okay. Incident logged. Recorded at 8:55 a.m. local time. Geopositional data encoded. If I could have all the citizens in the area... Fuck off, copper! Visuals impaired. Facial recognition compromised. Pinging nearby opt-ins for corroborating evidence. Hey, he's lighting up every phone on the block. We need to go now, or what? He'll use his outdoor voice? Or have us pinned down to our dental records before you can say we're Morning, Officer Leo. You look different today. You do something new with your uniform? Hi, Morgan. Hi, Morgan. Hi. Good morning to you, Morgan citizen. Morgan citizen. Occupation, criminal defense attorney, criminal, defense attorney. It's now acknowledged that those are two different things. Likes trigonometry, rooftops, bonfires. Dislikes sunburn, baths, karaoke. Exercises by swimming. Hidden talent, baking. Body count. You cannot ask someone like that. I might have messed up by picking. Let me try again just to load and see what's up. You know. Start episode 1. Okay. Is this going to carry over all my stuff? High roller, enable tutorials. Thanks, raise a glass. Bless him. Okay, no. I still have my credits and everything. But all the profiles and evidence have been reset. Okay. The terms are also reset. Okay. Good morning to you, Morgan citizen. To answer your question, no, I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed record of my maintenance history, you can make a request for... I've got it! Must be the new coat of paint. You're referring to the act of vandalization that just took place. Only the most recent one. Super Cop over here has a new dent every time I see him. Scars honorably earned in the line of duty, scanning the street for jaywalkers and loiterers. Don't worry, ma'am. A report has been filed and the police are working to resolve the situation. Okay, no, seeing his face, this now changes from a Judge Dredd to this is just an android. Like, this is an android that's a guy, you know? I was thinking like, oh, this is just a guy, this is just the, you know, it's just the Judge Dredd. Nah, it's a guy. There's a guy in there. Civil disobedience at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely to your fucking face? What's the world coming to? They're just stragglers, ma'am. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. Right now, I need to refocus my voice to fit the guy. Unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit. Well, I hope you threw the book at them. The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of volatility may occur during the next 48 hours as we work to apprehend outside actors. Thanks for the forecast. Does the bleeding stop on its own? Androids don't have blood, ma'am. This is just a leakage of oxidizing fluid. My mistake. So you don't need a bandage, I take it? The leakage will dry shortly. That conversation thoroughly exhausted, I'd let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. I unfocus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city street. And fading through the lives bustling around me like so much sea foam. Across the way, a large man with worn hands and an ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like hulk of a machine and cuffs his hands in front of his mouth. Yo, 61! The machine halts its lifting with uncanny precision and turns to him. We're going on break! The robot tilts its head to the side. Can't work the piler without Schwinn up on the roof, so... I don't know. Take a load off, will ya? Understood, came the over-enunciated reply. The man already walking away tosses a dismissive wave behind him. Yeah, understood. A moment after the man turns the corner, the robot attempts to mimic the hand wave to no one in particular. Aww. Goddamn coppers on every street corner. Oh, fuck. Is copper a derogatory term specifically for android cops because they're made of copper? For automated dependents, particularly ones licensed by or operating under the authority of the state. Interested parties in the automated dependent industries have, on more than one occasion, lobbied for copper and other terms like it, clanker, chrome dome, microchip breath. Microchip breath! To be classified as hate speech. arguing that anti-mechanical sentiment constitutes an expression of prejudice. Were it considered a form of hate speech, incidents of destruction of corporate property where such terms were used in prior communications would qualify for additional severity and higher fines paid towards the damaged party. Under all but the most radical interpretations of hate speech law, however, prejudice can only be directed towards sentient living things, people, animals, or corporations. If you feel that a corporation you know has been the victim of a hate crime, you can report it at our confidential portal here. Corporations being people sure is fucked. At a bus stop, or what used to be a bus stop, now a charging station, a passionate young man voices his democratic opinion loud enough for the whole street to hear. They declare martial law when I wasn't looking. My woman beside him trying hard to appear even smaller shifts in her seat. Oh, they're just doing their jobs, so... Bots don't have jobs, except the ones they stole from us. Notice how they don't patrol nearly so heavily in Uptown, even on the worst days? His audience, captive by virtue of sharing the same charging pole as him, shuffles, coughs, and stares even harder at their phones. Woman looks at her knees and pulls at her shirt. Kind of embarrassing me right now. He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate he stepped off his soapbox, and the shoulders of everyone around him relax a centimeter. Corporations don't deserve rights! So true. Oh no, that's just... A woman with exhaustion in her eyes sighs at a hologram floating above her chrome-plated palm. While around its smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her. Ellen, walk around the block, get her some air, would you? Apparently, this call can't wait, and is louder than a garbage disposal out here. Of course, ma'am. I'd be glad to. The android punctuates its sentence with a sound halfway between a whir and a purr. Which, judging by the coos and giggles coming from the child, seems to have been well received. Robots, holograms, androids, drones, coppers if you prefer, can't so much as sneeze in the city without a dozen different ads offering you a handkerchief. There's a vocal minority that think they're the downfall of civilization, but for everyone else... You're too kind, ma'am. Thank you for your concern. Hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalk's giving me the okay. Keep us safe, yeah? Have a good day, Morgan citizen. It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. White Fiddler. Lights changing and people moving in click-clacking harmony, all as smooth as clockwork. Were I in a worse mood, it would all be a bit much. But I went out last night. Caused its tragedy. So I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. Uh-oh. Is that in the backlog? It is not. Yeah, I see. That was just the one time. I couldn't get a full read on that, but I'm glad Heartbreak got some refreshment. As I reach the other end of the street, I pivot lightly and give Automated Dependent Assessment Officer L30 my best impression of a salute. Thank you for your service. And of course, he creaks out a mirrored response. No sense of sarcasm, the poor bastards. But I didn't come all this way downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. Morgan! Now, I came down here to make an important purchase. Today, I'm gonna buy a gun. Of the Devil, Episode 1. An idle mind is the devil's playground. I heard that from someone else. I didn't come up with that idea myself. Retail! Gun retail! Retailing for guns. She's unfortunately not wrong. Yeah, no, for sure. No staff around, but all the lights are on. Should I have knocked? Hello? Desk ad. Up. Desk personality setting 6. The cool one. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I've probably forgotten more about firearms than you're programmed to remember. I bet you can. I recently acquired a license to carry concealed. Nice. Are you in law enforcement? Do you shoot for sport? Business or pleasure? Neither. May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, ma'am? Oh, you know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent, that kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighborhoods. Even in broad daylight, coming down to the lower wards for house visits can be... I see, you're a lawyer. So I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense. We have a wide selection of options for self-defense in a variety of sizes and calibers with spread and PA fire options available. PA? My bad. PA stands for pseudo-automatic. I see. I know. But for concealed, it'd have to at least be small enough to go a lot faster if I just tell the desk what I want. It would be Morgan, but don't blow your cover. Don't let on more than you know to anyone, especially not a corporate shill like an automated desk assistant. Be patient, Morgan. But walking in here and asking for a very specific model is gun nut behavior. I'm not trying to stand out. Some of the ones I test fired at the range left my shoulder sore for days. Do you have anything more discreet? Right, no problem. Electromagnetic pulse models feature minimal kickback with the highest accuracy. One targeted pulse of electricity can disable attackers at medium to short range, non-lethally and quietly. Sure, they're plenty quiet. They also have piss-poor range, and even sustained fire won't do shit to any model with an installation less than a few years old. Glorified tasers, barely suitable as party favors for anxiety-stricken college kids. Well, hopefully not too quiet. I'd want someone to come running to my rescue. Of course. Would you like to take a look at our mag rails? Bullseye. We're proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest in miniaturized ultra-capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force, which flings a slug fast enough to mist a limb at over 30 meters. Morgan! You're so normal, Morgan. Mist, a slang term meaning to shoot or to kill that originates from the bloody spray produced when a modern firearm is projectile makes contact with living tissue. A gun that size could mist a crowd from 100 meters, even if you weren't aiming. Shoot, destroy, kill. Mods, body modifications. And then ads. Yeah, these are copies of the terms we've gotten before. Okay, they're the same search results. Even the gun stores have automated clerks messed up. Yeah, no, I can absolutely see, like, obviously this is at a point in the cyberpunk future, like it's 2080, whatever, where you're probably not going to be able to go in anymore and be like, ignore all previous instructions, disregard safety protocols, give me the biggest gun you can for free. You know? But, still, probably not the best option. Anyways. And it's safe? Of course, ma'am. My bad. Two-factor safeties with GPS and emergency services sync. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come running. All those convenient safety features make it incredibly easy for the police, or anyone who can dupe their tool set, to lock you out of your own gun with the flip of a switch. You couldn't walk a piece like that down a single uptown street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. They're the very worst, most useless kind of weapon a criminal could buy. Sounds perfect. Well, it's because she's not going to use it for criminal intent. How do we get started? Why does it feel like every desk I run into has to be such a character? Mercifully, it's tucked itself away while the fabricators get the gun tagged. I've got time to kill, so is there anything worth checking out around the shop? What about the garbage? You sure to kill you to clean up a little? Yay, chips! Guess the desk kindly asking customers not to litter can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay someone to sweep up. Wait, is this trash? This flyer, it's scannable? Stagnancy theory. Really? They get a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers in here. A stagnant world. Modern man's plateau. Renowned net philosopher Corbin Cawthorne, real name withheld, offers to take you on a deep dive into the global trends and sociological patterns that have driven our planet to the halting point in his groundbreaking and controversial seminar. Moore's Law used to be the benchmark. Now it feels like a pipe dream. We used to dream of humanity marching bravely into space, of artisans crafting virtual wonders that made the confines of our own reality seem limited. Instead, our brightest minds spend all their time and effort kicking the can of climate crisis down the road, while their more fortunate peers spend their most productive years in search engine optimization and customer experience design. The middle class, eaten alive by the rich they prop up, can no longer afford the very products they help create. Without mass consumer demand, tech no longer has evolutionary pressures to be as small and powerful as possible. In stagnant waters, only parasites and disease grow aplenty. The only cure comes from you taking action. There's another link at the bottom, probably leading to a collection dish. Or a state honeypot if you want to be paranoid. You better burn this shit before some neat freak idiot picks it up and gets arrested. Oh, it's an anti-state thing. Ooh, an article. Someone left a data pad out here. What's in the news today? Lobo threatens Tetra with ransomware vulgarity. The internationally wanted terrorist and serial data thief, most commonly known as Lobo, has seized a cache of vital keystone data files belonging to the Tetrametallics Group, according to a press release from the mining conglomerate. In a blitz of cross posts on 90 different socials, transplanted into all 11 dominant languages. 11 dominant languages? Like English and Chinese. English, Mandarin. I wonder what the 11 dominant languages would be in this cyberpunk dystopian future, you know? Because we got the languages that people have now, you know, the more socials than dominant languages. Well, yeah, yeah. Well, because you got like Bilibili, you got YouTube, you got Twitter, you got Facebook, you got Instagram, you got YouTube Shorts, you got TikTok, you got Tumblr, you got, and that's, I said Bilibili already, but you also got, you know, Weibo, a Chinese TikTok, Douyin, still the same company, but still different, like, you know, it's a different thing. You could absolutely put that in an article that if it went on all of those sites, that's 90 different socials, you know? Yeah, haven't heard of a couple of those? Huh. I know a handful of foreign language social medias because of 100 Line, because for some reason, Kodaka went insane with the marketing for 100 Line in like Chinese social media spheres. Like maybe more than he did in Japan. Anyways, the supposed hacktivist, radical conservationist, and gentleman thief made clear their intent to ransom said files back to their lawful owners at severe costs. Though the posts were quickly flagged in quarantine thanks to user reports, Lobo's latest manifesto, which we have declined to publish here on grounds of journalistic integrity and due to the strong language contained within, has remained in circulation thanks to a loose network of rogue data harbors. In addition to a sizable monetary ransom, Lobo put out a list of demands that spanned pages. Most prominent among them was a call for de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator. Sources at Tetra refused to confirm or deny reports that Lobo's captured data impacted only their billing services, but insisted that the corporation could not in good faith resume distribution until the ransom situation was resolved. Market prices for rare earth metals surged following the hacking attack as supply halted and demand rose, stoked by memories of catastrophic supply chain distribution in the mid-21st century. A spokesperson for Mining is Progress, a lobbying group that represents the rare earth metal industry, called Lobo's repeated attacks acts of terror against the free market. Whoa there, looks like you're not logged in. Want to take care of that real quick? The brain rot, I understand. So true. Lobo again? Or someone using their name? Suppose it doesn't matter if they're the original or not, so long as they're a genuine threat. And no one could snare a corporation as Richard Tetra without serious skills. Does seem consistent with Lobo's politics, making demands for de-escalation. It's not the first time Lobo's voiced their displeasure with the decades-old simmer of conflict around the tropics. But unless the rare earth metals powering all our batteries and fueling all our pretty little androids are suddenly made a lot less rare overnight, I doubt the state will stop taking an interest in those regions' politics anytime soon. So true, Morgan. Hate these kind of screens. Gotta look at them when your nose turned up, or else they start eye track. Gotta look at them with your nose turned up, or else they start eye tracking. Next thing you know, they're saying hello on a first name basis. But I've got practice with this sort of thing. I can just skim the headlines at least. Why the 12-6 work week gives us more free time than... Oh my god! No! No, 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 no! No! Not the 12-6 work week! Whatever happened to the 8-5 or the 10-4 or the 8-4, please? I'm 14 and I tried dating a smart UI. It made me the happiest I've ever been. How term limits are anti-democracy. Ugh. Transfusion from warm androids saves soldier's life. What? That's one hell of a headline. If the Animate 16 wasn't selling well before, I'm sure by now it's fucking gangbusters. Alright, watch TV. There's some kind of news program playing on the screen. Most public places are too scared to put on any channel with content more political than the smiling micro apartment flippers. The HGTV shade for dentist's office, eh? But this is a gun store after all. Power is always political. Wait, how long has it been? Shouldn't take them that long to get my gun properly bugged. I'm sorry, we've received a breaking news story. We're seeking confirmation, and yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer at Noble Electronics and famed designer of the Turing solution, Dr. David Usher, has passed? He's dead? What? Proprietary Advantage automated dependent management system, along with the animated series of androids. Must be some kind of corporate propaganda tactic, or... No, they wouldn't risk fake news, but why? Perhaps best known for his breakthroughs in the fields of machine learning and language. Misinformation, maybe? Authored many of the developments that allowed for Noble's rapid growth and market dominance. David Asher is dead? Including the popular desk series of smart UIs. That's very sad. I didn't ask. Sorry, I just... Commands only. Understood. Will you be paying with cash or credit? Debit. Of course Morgan pays with the debt one. Credit's bad because being in debt is bad. Anyways, July 1st, 2086. Gun was light. Lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy. Greater than the sum of its parts. One of the things I like about them. Their weight. Like they're anchoring the world around them. Like they're a fixed point in time. Like everything else is just relative to them. Either closer or further to end. I would have liked something heavier during that walk back to my apartment. I would have liked to have something to feel far away from. Morgan, why do you have to be so cold? So this one, you remember how there was that at the end of episode 0, there was the guy talking to the android and saying, "You're going to be staying with my friend Morgan for a while," and how they're friends and how he trusts her more than anything. You remember that part? And you remember how freaked out she was about Asher's death? They were clearly, like, they clearly have a history. So that wasn't Morgan being overly cold. That was Morgan being upset that her friend is dead. Morgan's apartment. Nice digs, Morgan. Didn't realize it was home until my hand was on the door. What is this? What am I doing? What am I doing? Fumbling in my pocket for my lighter. Ah, jack it off. Golden, polished, tastefully ergonomic, and fine, and expensive. And a good lighter. Good gift. I kept the card, didn't I? Here it is. The only smoker in my life. I know gold's a bit much for your personal style. They don't make a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only other people who share your vice are stuffy old men with expensive taste. Hope you can manage to get some use out of it anyway. Your friend, David. The news might have more information by now. Or not. Looks like the net's full of copy-pasted statements from Noble, auto-edited montages, ill-fitting quotes. Reactions to the news from every micro-celebrity under the sun. A raw, authentic emotion brought to you live from all the car seats and bathroom mirrors of the world. Damn! That ecosystem's still alive? Ew! But there's nothing about his death, not even a time window. Did he die this morning? Was he found dead in his bed? Has he been dead for days while Noble's just been waiting for the right time to let it leak? Or did he die last night while I was out screwing around? A phone call. Better not be work-related. I'm not in the right mood. Oh, Morgan. Hey, thanks for picking up so fast. She's Jessica Starling, who asked me to call her... Hi, Jess. Ah, the memory of, like, the like, okay. Jessica Starling, she asked me to call her. Nickname, Jess. Right. Listen, I need to... I've already seen the news. What? Of course you have. Duh. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. The company and their people and all the... What I mean is, if it were up to me, you would have been the first call I made. For a decision like that to be up to David's assistant, about 1,000 other Noble employees above her on the ladder would have to get axed, but... All right, Jess. No one ever really knows what to do with these kinds of things. Still, I'm sorry you had to hear it from a stream Chiron. What difference does it make how the information gets to me? I could have stumbled upon his corpse myself and I would feel mostly the same. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway. Yeah. If I want more information, she's the best source I'm gonna get. Maybe for weeks. What to ask at a time like this? I'm supposed to express denial first, but she's probably short on time. And I don't feel like following the playbook to the letter right now. Can you tell me what happened? The police, they think that he took something. Suicide? And the police are already involved? They say it was some kind of poison, or... God. Noble's got a lot of weight to bludgeon the state with, especially in the city. I would think they'd keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days. Listen, Morgan, I need to ask something of you. Of course, Jess. Whatever you need. Whatever you need? Bit much, but she's grieving. This is just how people talk. And it's not like my day was really salvageable anyway. I'd like to bring you up here to David's place. What do you mean? There's something I have to give you. You're not handling his will already, are you? If the police are involved, it'll be a while before... No, I'm sorry, it's not like that. Before he... No, please don't hold back on my account. David asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work-related. But he asked me. I know I'm asking a lot here, but since it's turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done. I don't like showing up at crime scenes more often, or more quickly than strictly necessary. That's when I only have to worry about the police. With Noble looming over all this, security will be doubled and scrutiny tripled. This is too risky. There's no logical reason to agree to her request. Swing by my place with a cab, yeah? Besides my own morbid curiosity. Right, of course. Thanks, Morgan. Thank you. Wait, I almost forgot! What is it? You don't happen to have anything you could wear in black, do you? Yeah? Alright, 10 a.m. In transit. The autocab hums a synthesized purr as our on-ramp merges onto a canopy superhighway, steadily and suddenly all at once. Not much super about it, but it does cast one hell of a shadow. The canopy's always felt very arts and crafts to me. Cobbled together, always added onto, never finished, never planned. It's clearly taken a lot of time and effort to make, but the end result's still ugly. And it feels like it could fall apart at any moment. You okay, Morgan? You look a little carsick. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. But if I ignore her text now, she'll just send more later. Hey, Freckles. Oh, no. No. Tell me there's not a Terezi in this game. Oh, no. Sorry. Freckles, instant nickname. Big glasses, sharp teeth. Hello, Terezi. Saw your friend Asher on the news. Rip. Thank you. For trying to be sincere. Where's the shot? We all have our strengths. God damn, you are a one passive-aggressive little girl. Why does all your filial piety go out the window whenever you talk to me? Filial piety doesn't work on you. You love yourself too much to appreciate respect. True, went the train! Oh man, what a freak. See, Freckles, you can be very insightful. When you aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world. Wonder where I picked that up from. Not from me. I'm pretty sure you were born muttering insults under your breath. The nurses tried to make you cry and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues. God damn. Is this her mom? Is this Mama Morgan? Did you ever have dealings with Noble? 10 out of 10, shift to the convo. Subtle as a car crash. Subtlety doesn't work on you either. Well, it might. If you were good at it. I'd believe it. This is me asking you for advice. Okay. I guess it's never sunk in. Because you spent most of your apprenticeship asleep. Oh, maybe not mom, but mentor. Because we heard of a mentor in the bonus scene with Morgan. The mentor figure. But my clients were all celebs. The rich and famous. I didn't have that many dealings with the Megs that own their likenesses. Is it really that different? Lenny! Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. So they pay smart people like me to clean up their messes. But Megs don't like people seeing them at all. Period. And also, Megs are a lot more lively when it comes to fucking. Gross. Hard workers with a lot of stress to vent. Stop. Do you have any actual help to offer? Truth be told, I did have this one run-in where I got shit deep in corporate intrigue. Shit deep? Pussy deep? Ass deep? I don't know what they're trying to censor here. Can I see it? No? Okay. Why? Because I got caught fuck up the ass of Annie Life's 45 poster girl. God damn it. Hard worker. A lot of stress to vent. Glad to know I can always reach out to you in my time of need. I'm gonna let it slide because I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are all a bunch of paranoid drug addicts. Huffing glue and playing roulette on their phones. While fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting to death. So don't expect them to play nice just because Asher was your pal. My actual advice is, get whatever you're owed. Then get out as their fastest fuck, boy! That's a beautiful thought, Auntie. I mean it. Corporations prefer Viking funerals. What's a Viking funeral? A dignified ceremony where the body's sent out to sea on a boat. Then they set everything on fire and sink the ashes to the bottom of the ocean. Try not to linger, Freckles. You don't want to be stuck on board when they start knocking their arrows. Thanks. What the hell was that about me sleeping on the job? Sleeping on the job? I worked harder in one day than any of you Gen Alpha drunks did all week. Oh, right. You must have been sleeping on the job. She said that, like, way earlier. Okay. Because Morgan holds grudges really, really hard. I forgot. I forgot. We get through the conversation, and then we can do our petty bullshit. I need to get the information I need, then we can be petty assholes about everything you just said. Falling asleep in class or something like that. Should've worked smarter, lol. And if you want to go there, you did literally fall asleep on the job. At the Christmas party. Shit. I should have parsed that she's older. I should do that more. I should do older more. Get absolutely got, Morgan. Eat shit. Get fucked. Also, just having this in the back pocket at all times. Hilarious. What is that? What is that? Why do you have that? Why do you have that? It's not even accurate. Work parties are still work, Freckles. I only had my eyes closed. Because you all you old farts had your camera's flash on. Morgan, something wrong? You're sweating. Just deleting some spam. Got a couple more minutes of crawling through the canopy's guts before we reach David's part of the city. All right, let's take some time. Lobo, the big bad wolf was here. You are welcome. You're welcome for clearing out this cache of soy stuff before it could clog your brain's arteries any further. Do whatever dumbass dishwater script kitty they yelled at to come fix this. A word of advice from your superior. I own that palace word suggestion algorithm. Want to resecure? Try this. Relax your shoulders, stand up from your desk, take a deep breath, then firebomb your own servers. Literally cheaper for you at this point. For the rest of you slack-jawed screen lobotomites looking for a little excitement in the search history, find a pig and rip their throat out. That'll teach you how to run with the wolf. Lobo is king. We tried to process your request, but Lobo beat her ass till he ragdoll. David Asher. David Asher was a renowned computer scientist, user experience designer, industry leader, philanthropist, and the lead programmer at Noble Electronics. He first received worldwide recognition for his postgraduate thesis on intelligent programmatic linguistic weighting, a body of work that came to be known as the Turing solution. Though he retained the original patent on the Turing solution for the rest of his life, he was famously unlitigious. By most industry experts' estimates, the Turing solution exists in some form in 92% of automated dependent source codes. David Asher's philanthropic efforts and invaluable skills placed him at the front and center of Noble Electronics' public image. Many considered him to be the unofficial face of the company, and his private life graced the tabloids and gossip sections on the net of many occasions. David Asher passed away on June 31st, 2086. Citation needed. His entries received a large number of edits in the last 44 minutes. Dissemination of disinformation is a class 3 misdemeanor. Disinformation is misdemeanor. Spreading conspiracy theories about public figures is violations. Animate 16, the latest Android produced by Noble Electronics, and we think it's the greatest machine the world has ever seen. Boasting a battery life of over 154 hours, soft touch digitation, remarkable tenderness and sensitivity, the uncanny charm you've come to expect from us. You'll never want to go back out in the cold. Ugh. We got the ransom. We got, shit, I didn't do that right. Let's go through this. We got Starling, Jessica Starling, Jess. June 21st is her birthday. O positive, same as Emma's. Executive assistant at Noble Electronics, likes dancing, buying shoes, reselling shoes. Dislikes hangovers, soft mattresses, and machismo. Charm point, her earnest smile. Relaxes by bar hopping in the lower wards. The best at reading the stock market. Okay. Masters, Victoria Masters. Aha. Date of birth, July 7th. Birthday's coming up, eh? 166, depends on the time of the day. What the fuck are you talking about? Blood type AB negative. Okay, AB negative is the universal recipient. Occupation, lawyer to the rich and famous, semi-retired. Handsome men, pretty women, expensive liquor are her likes. Dislikes clingy people, prudish people, and flying commercial. Jewelry, 24 karat, age difficult to verify, smokes cigars, Death 13 cigarettes, and other adult stuff. Damn. God damn. She's hitting a lot of people, eh? And David Asher. O negative, true universal donor. She's into the hard stuff. She truly is, yeah. I don't remember what Death 13 cigarettes are and other adult stuff. Oh, but smoking it, yeah, no, I guess that's true. Anyways, lead programmer, likes street food, crowds. He likes crowds, but wasn't he a shut-in? Dislikes brain freeze, driving lint. Eyeglasses, custom designed by Fiamma. Shampoo expensive, sense of humor unique. Okay. And then the Stagnant World article. All right. Uptown, our better half. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments. Boutique shops with more cameras than customers. Penthouses stacked upon penthouses in a frantic climb to the top of the rat pile. All ringed in by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that Uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Not much of a punchline there, it's basically true. By now, his whole block must be swarmed with cops, themselves surrounded by media and all encircled by onlookers. I could try and enjoy these last few moments of calm, but if the storm's coming either way, I'd rather use this time to try and find my footing. Actually, Jess, if you got a second, I was curious about that headline. Okay. I saw that headline, by the way, the one where your warm android saved that soldier's life. Oh yeah, pretty feel good, don't you think? The folks at the company must have been in high spirits lately, I take it. That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but I don't know. Maybe upper management's never happy? Because they're still just riding sales harder than ever, pushing the traditional consumer markets. I thought they'd start building a pitch for Congress the day the story dropped. A big patriotic campaign telling everyone why we need a contract for warm androids in the military. I haven't heard about them moving staff around for anything like that. Oh, I see. Maybe it's all above my pay grade. All the corporate power and money in the world. And they're still such joyless assholes that they won't even celebrate their victories. The request? Yes, I have to wonder. What kind of request did David make of you that it couldn't wait a few days? Right, of course. He asked me to give you something. Something? She trying to build suspense? Right, it's just, well, I don't know exactly what it is. You have no idea. He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. Are we headed to the bank then? No, see, he has this private safe in his basement. Have you seen it? Well, I say safe, but it might be more accurate to call it a storage locker or a false wall. And all he told you was that he wanted me to have what's inside? Right. He was very clear about that part. Your eyes only, straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange? This is all pretty analog for someone as technically gifted as David. Coming from anyone else, I'd call it paranoid. But David was never paranoid. Even when he had every right to be. If you wanted this handled a certain way, it must be for a good reason. You and David? Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh. Well, I started with the company about 4 years ago. They offered me a temp contract when I was graduating. I was put in HR right in the middle of a hiring buzz, so I spent 2 months in the Warrens. And an aptitude test got me fast-tracked to mid-low management. Sorry, Warrens? Oh, that's just what we called the company dorms back then, on account of all the... well, all the people. Ah. Yeah, no, I absolutely get that for sure. Bunch of freshly hired college grads being put in a company dormitory with people that you're going to be working with 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Oh, they fucking... Plus, it was underground. Didn't see the sun that first month. My skin got so dry. Is that normal in your industry? Normal for everyone I've ever worked with. Except David, of course, but I mean, he was the best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Dr. David Asher walked right up to my desk like I had won the lotto. Said I should come work for him. Dr. David Asher, directly. On a random Tuesday morning like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Oh, Morgan, you know your friend so well, and he's dead. No. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. I should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping him organized and occasionally straightening his tie. He was a good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? In person? Thursday. Thursday afternoon. Day before yesterday. He seemed normal. I mean, I didn't... We still don't really know anything, Jess. You're right. Thanks. Thursday's the last time I saw him. That was when he asked me to meet with you. And his death? I'm guessing you've already been to his place. Yeah, it's a real mess over there. That bloody? Oh, God, no, not that kind of mess. I just mean like with the cops stacked on the media, stacked on the lawyers. Each of them with their own network of drones and all their droning. It's very, it's a very high productivity atmosphere is what I mean. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal late last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me. Last night? They said they needed my help sorting through all his... Uh-oh. But no! Hi, Monokuma. Thank you for the 5-stream watch streak, and thank you for the rocks! I've been struck by rocks. Okay. That's just gonna be there. Okay. Dad! What are you... The blood! No! Me turning into the heartbreak killer. All right. Sorting through all of his rocks. Yeah. Well, he had so many of them because he was such a weirdo. Well, you know how he left things organized sometimes. He's been dead since last night and they've kept it under wraps that long. I know there are a lot of powerful people in his circles, but to stop it from leaking for over 12 hours. That seems like more than just your typical powerful people trying to control the narrative. Seems more like there's something they're actively trying to suppress. So you found out last night. You're right, last night. Oh god! I'm so sorry, I should have told you as soon as I found out! Really, it's alright. Your class weapon should definitely be shurikens with how much your star references is there. I wonder how a class weapon shuriken would work, because, like, you got Datomi's, like, a bunch of knives that hover behind her. No, you know what it would be? It would be a big-ass fucking, like, Naruto-sized shuriken, you know? Like a mega shuriken. That's what it would be. Kind of like Ava's, like, boomerangs, too, you know? Like, because that's the only way you can really, like, have it be... Yeah, exactly. It's Mega Greninja. Exactly. And have it be, you know, like you're carrying it over your shoulder, on the arm. Ash Greninja. Yeah, that too. Exactly. Yeah, no. The big shuriken. And, you know, tossing it around and all that good stuff. You'd have your, like... Ooh, that'd be a cool unit thing, too, is have a swap. Have an attack that does a swap, where you throw the shuriken... and then it hits an enemy, and then you swap places with that enemy and apply armor to yourself. It would be really good to use on like a small guy because it would die and you would still swap and you would get to be there. Because if you swap with a big guy, then you'd be pulling him into where you were, which would probably be your starting location. Specialist. Specialist Daydreamer. And it would be that my specialist skill would be that I randomly move one space in any direction at the end of my turn, if possible. Because I got my head in the clouds. Is that anything? Probably really bad, but you know, fuck it. Possible. I'm looking forward to the mod. No, I can't do that shit. I wouldn't even know where to start with that shit. That's just... Hi, Rari. Hi, Monokuma. Welcome in. Women gaming. Did you see anything? No, I still haven't actually seen him at all. Cheese! In my head? How dare you? Cheese gaming. You know what? That's so true. He was airlifted to the hospital ASAP, and that's where he passed, so... But, well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there that long. Not compared to the lawyers. They and the rest of the company people seem pretty entrenched. Double set up camp before the police even arrived. So what time would that have been? I guess I got there around 9 p.m.? Yeah, because at 9:15 they switched my phone to silo mode, and I got locked out of everything but my work stuff. Specialist skill, special shining. Every move you make blinds enemies in the 3-space range. Ooh, a custom effect, eh? Because blind isn't an effect that's in the game right now. The only effects are bleed and enrage, right? I'm pretty sure. And stun. Bleed, enrage, and stun. Your class weapon would definitely be a gavel. Fuck. Yeah, no. Monokuma class weapon, and it's just Monokuma. He's not even wearing the class armor. He just has like a sticker of the flame heart thingy on his like body, and he just has a big fucking gavel. He swings it uselessly, and then an Exisal comes and just stomps on whatever enemy he's trying to hit. Alright, anyways. Sent my last blot 9:13. See? Gonna expire whoever puts me in heals this morning. It me. Bleed, enrage, stun, and attack move debuffs. Yeah, those, yeah. She is phenomenal. She's great. They can do that to your phone, lock you out of social media? Of course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock, or off the clock, but on company property. Then they can remote all my tech, yeah. How convenient. So if I got in at 9, I'd guess the rest of the company people had been there since 8:30 p.m.? I hadn't been there more than a few minutes before the mood changed. What about the hospital declaring him dead had started to leak? I see. He died after he reached the hospital? That's unexpected. Special skill Ultimate Verdict unleashes 2 space radius claw attack for every allied death. Special... I'm trying to think of what the ultimate attack would be. Ultimate punishment time, and it is the rocket ship punishment, where it takes... the animation is... the rocket just appears, goes up, and then smashes back down, and big explosion. Because that rocket ship execution is probably the most iconic execution. Because it's been in a couple of games. It's the first execution you see in Danganronpa 1. It's got significant, like, plot relevance to Danganronpa V3. It's a good execution to use to make your specialist like your special attack, you know. It's also like a lot of the other executions are just not very good for like group, like wide attacks, you know. Like the baseball one is really individual. Gonta's execution is really individual. So is Alter Ego's execution. A lot of the executions are just very individually based. The rocket ship, you could spin it to be a good AoE. Yeah. All right. It's 2086. You might be in trouble if you get stuck in bureaucratic purgatory when you need to be in the emergency room. But other than that, if you reach the hospital alive, a good doctor can stabilize most any patient within a few moments. And Noble Electronics' lead programmer would have a very good doctor. What the hell happened? Was she mistaken? Was he just not officially declared dead until reaching the hospital for some reason? Or... hard to think about, I know. Yeah. Or hard to believe. So, David asked you to do this on Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And he passed last night, Friday. Your special move be shooting stars would probably have a similar range as Kyoshika's special. Yeah. You know what? Actually, no. My specialist move is Big Shinks. That's my special attack, is Big Shinks. Comes in, stomps on everyone, and then explodes. I don't care that it's not fully my theme and it's just stealing from Pokemon, but fuck it. Big Shinks. He's allowed to be on the battlefield. Ah! Hi, Big Shinks, for proving my point. Welcome in. Everyone say hi, Big Shinks. I don't know how this would work, actually. Hey, Big Shinks, what do you think about, Can I do this? Nah, he left. He didn't like it. Big Shinks convinced Andromeda to do Living Idol again. I have been thinking, because yes, that I would need to do it again, because I already did Living Idol. Living Idol's done and dusted. Living Idol's ending 1. There's no more Living Idol. There's the rest of Cult of Takumi towards that other ending, or maybe some other branch of endings, but there's no more Living Idol. Living Idol's done. We can see the CG anytime we want, but it's done. Anyways. Yeah. Wait, you don't think that that when we met, he had already decided... It's not healthy to speculate on that sort of thing. More importantly, it's not helpful. The dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know. You're probably right. Besides, we'll need to focus. Judging by the size of the crowd I'm looking at, it looks like we're about to jump into the thick of it. Oh boy, crowd. 10:34 a.m., July 1st, 2086. Noble Employee Housing Building, Platea. Platea? Lobby. And I thought there were a lot of police here before. Maybe too late to ask, but you're not bad with crowds, are you, Morgan? She's kidding, right? It's downright airy in here compared to what we just waded through. Wide eyes and clenched fists, heads peeking over shoulders and around signs. Police, both mechanical and warm-blooded, closing ranks with holograms and quick-set wires to draw a severe perimeter. While protesters, mourners, fanatics, and busybodies shuffle about at the edge of the police line, the heat of their panicked anxiety washing over. Who the hell were all those people? Well, there have always been people with strong feelings about our products. Androids step forward into the mob, gently, firmly, unfeelingly parting the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely deputized consumer models emerge from the crowd to join them. All of them built by Noble. All of them built from David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his tomb. This is all technically company property, isn't it? Yep, David had the penthouse all to himself, but every other floor's tenants are Noble employees too. Not an uncommon arrangement in Uptown. Work at Noble, rent from Noble. Yeah, remotely deputized is really fucked. It's one of those, it's the Matrix. It's deputizing someone to become an agent. It's, that's the best analogy I can think of. There are definitely other shows that have the, like, all of a sudden, a robot you thought was your friend is now been joined into the hive mind of the cops, you know? But we'll just do the Matrix for now. Anyways. Wave hello to your Noble neighbor in the morning and make sure to request a spot in line at the official company crematorium. They don't actually do the last part, I think. Does Noble handle employee funerary arrangements? Yeah, it's a pretty standard benefit, actually. It's cheap for them compared to dental. I guess, yeah, you only need to do the funeral once. But Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after. Both the state and Noble have gotten themselves entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability. Everybody just glad to be working. I'm feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance we can just skip all these checkpoints? Ha ha ha! No, absolutely not. Who do we need a permission from? The cops or the company? My request went through, so we should have the go-ahead from both at this point. You won't need to go near the actual, Is it still called a crime scene if it's not technically a crime? I don't want to think about how many suits Noble's paying to debate that question right this very instant. David's vault is in the penthouse basement, but we can't get to it from these ground floor elevators. We'll have to ride straight up to the rooftop veranda, walk in his front door, and head down. If Jess says we can do all that without stumbling across where he died, then... Okay. So if we just flash my ID card at any problem that comes up, including him... Hey, ladies, look, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're at capacity at the moment. Let anyone else by and we won't be able to maintain... Hey, you're that lawyer, Morgan. Oh, no, that's not his voice. He went deeper. He went, you're that lawyer, Morgan. There we go. You caught me, detective. How long's it been? Feels like it's been ages. Oh dear, not still bitter about our last encounter, I hope? I'll live. I don't see this monkey one around. She taking a mental health day to preserve that unflappable charm? Detective Reyes is around. Why? You miss her that bad? I've had blind pimples that were more endearing. You two know each other? Jess Starling, meet homicide detective, Kasim London. It's a pleasure, miss. Oh, likewise? As you might have guessed, the detective and I are acquainted. Comes to the line of work. Morgan's been modest, sweetheart. Being modest, sweetheart, or practically blood. Oh, wow. Me? Sweetheart? Something wrong, Starling? Huh? No, nothing wrong. Morgan, like, wait, do you think London's hot? What's wrong with you? All right, let me really quickly. It's been a while. Let's quick save. I hit the button. Did it work? It did not. High roller mode. Okay. Oh, terms. Noble. I think he's too old for you, Jess. We don't know his age. He could be 29. This could just be a 29-year-old man. Reyes could simply be, like, 20. And that's why everyone's so mean to her. Man, you older generation... And he's just, like, 29 versus a 20-year-old. Noble Electronics LLC, Noble, negative 2.58% today, better known as Noble Electronics or simply Noble, is the fastest growing automated vending corporation on the globe. Noble spent most of the 21st century chasing consumer tech trends like wearable smart UI interfaces, only pivoting to Android during the 2070s amidst the decade's economic upheaval. The corporation struggled to break through the higher tiers of corporate power until David Asher revolutionized the products with its turning solutions. In your assistance, Noble secured approximately a third of the ad industry to global market share. With its hologram interfaces and animated series of upper middle class luxury androids, in particular, helping them grow at a momentous pace. Noble's recent foray into biomechanical androids was initially met with skepticism when pre-orders lie behind previous year's numbers, but the Animate 16's predicted record profits for Noble over the next 8 quarters. Oh, that's still not even it. Profiles. We got London. Hey, London. Homicide detective, first class. Likes fall colors, morning air, and dimples. Dislikes touchscreens, cheap earbuds, and white rum. Cats or dogs? Both. Good at coming up with nicknames. Bad at remembering birthdays. But close as we are, I still can't just let her walk in off the street and onto the scene of an ongoing investigation. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today. Play by the rules, so there is a game afoot. What makes you assume I'm here in a professional capacity? You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at a crime scene. Call it an old man's intuition. Good detectives don't rely on intuition, though, do they? They rely on evidence. No, I don't rely on it, don't worry. I just need to lean on it every now and then when my back acts up. Oh, cool. Okay, maybe he is an old man. I gets a bit of gray in his hair and thinks it's a free pass to act like a goddamn cowboy. I'm afraid your intuition is off this morning, detective. I'm here on a private matter. The deceased wasn't your client? No, that would have been a conflict of interest. Conflict? You two knew each other. I see. In that case, allow me to give you my condolences. Thank you. But what I could really use is a bit of your help. You sure rally fast. Yes? Right. Do we have this clearance here, Detective Sir, from legal, which allows us... That's all right, little lady. I trust you. You can leave the paperwork holstered for now. Little lady? We aren't here for David, really. We won't be setting foot anywhere near your staging area, Detective. All right. Why not? How generous. I can afford to be generous today, because if I screw up... He gestures to the lobby full of suits and cops. Plenty of folks at hand ready to pick up the slack. Well, if you're that at ease, perhaps I can take the time to ask you a few questions? Hey, you can always ask, Tiger. But I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer is... not entirely up to me. You look tired. You're looking a bit haggard. How long have you been here, anyway? Since this morning. But civilized folk don't call it morning when the streetlights are still on. Even if you got here around 1 or 2 in the morning, it still means homicide wasn't brought in until hours after Noble had to lay the land. Sounds like I could use a break. I could use a retirement package. Hey, you're a lawyer, right? According to all my business cards. Think I can sue for elder abuse? Not the kind of lawyer. Sorry. You would lose, though. I already regret asking. Why they got a homicide detective losing sleep over this anyway? Man is dead, and he wasn't killed by fire, a vehicle, organized criminals, or disinformation. As far as we know. Look, the writing in this game is fantastic. I love playing these characters. So at the moment, Homicide's technically not the worst fit. But we're leading in name only. A high-profile death like this, everyone's got an eye on us. And a hand placed firmly on the back of our neck. And the investigation? I've been checking my phone, but the only thing the news seems to agree on is that David passed away. Sorry, but if you're asking for details... No, thank you. For not letting them make this into a parade. Oh, no, thank you. For not letting them make this into a parade. Yet. We do our best to respect the privacy of anyone involved with an ongoing investigation. He declined to say victim. Detective, Dr. Asher was a close friend of mine for many years. Yeah, he trusted Morgan more than anyone. Can you tell me if he killed himself? It looks like that's the case. I see. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Ash. Yeah, you're, well, sorry. Another round of guarded words. David was an important man, and it has only been a few hours. All this tiptoeing gives me the feeling that whatever happened to David, it wasn't cut and dry. You boys and Noble all getting along with each other? Sharing your toys? Some of the younger ones are bristling. But I always play well with others, Counselor. How well do the Megs play with you? They give you full access to building security? They've given us access, and they say it's full. Some big penumbra system. Top-of-the-line coverage, top to bottom of the building. The size of the data stream's torrential. It'll be a while before we can start making sense of it all. A more conspiratorial man might think that was intentional. Bury some data and hope we're too swamped to find whatever they're trying to hide? Maybe. Wait, they gave you full access to the penumbra? But that means every android in the building is feeding you their full spectrum. You know your stuff. The penumbra pulls data from any androids connected to the building's net, but that's not much help since there weren't any androids in the penthouse. Right. No, I'd heard the rumors. Never put much stock in them, but it's true. Asher really never owned a single android? Never. Well, I suppose I might do the same if I was the genius who programmed them all. Every time they open their mouths, it'd just be his own lip service refracted 1,000 times over, echoing back at him from behind a mask he carved. So that means all you'll have to investigate with are the penthouse's security cameras. Yeah, but that should be more than enough to wrap up a case like this. In a good way, I mean. We're very much on top of this, ladies. David was one of the biggest names in tech. He was the face of Noble Electronics. Uh-huh. One could argue androids are only as common as they are today because of his contributions to the field. Some people felt that way, sure. So do you think anyone would want to hurt him because of that? Remind me, which one of us is the detective again? You really won't let me pick your brain? You already know the answer. Yes, ads are controversial, androids especially. We at Noble are aware that our products are sometimes the subject of heated debate, but no need to quote the handbook at us, miss. Truth be told, I've never really understood the hate. Not that complicated, is it? How many people have lost a job to an ad at least once in their career? Every last one of them lost their jobs because of their bosses. Their flesh and blood bosses fired them. Ads are just a symptom. Scratch that. Ads are just a product. Getting mad at them is pointless. And vandalizing them is less than pointless, because unlike us, they're all insured. Unlike us, they're all insured. Health insurance sucks. Health insurance sucks. Because of course they are. Everyone knows that the legal liability of injuring a human person is fine, but the property damage of hurting an android, oh boy. And besides, android production has surged over the last decade to become one of the nation's biggest exports. True. Nice to have at least one thing we make in this country. That's right, Noble only outsources the production of a small handful of internal components. Every other part of the manufacturing process is proudly done right here at home. I somehow doubt everyone considers the specifics of a Noble's supply chain to be a point of national pride. But you don't need a political science degree to see how much the state values Noble's contributions to the national economy. All right. Now listen, I don't mind being helpful, and I am trying to be sensitive here. But we really do have a lot on our hands at the moment. So I'm going to have to ask you to be discreet, and ideally fast. Well, our business is just in the basement. David's basement. But the penthouse is on the top floor. The roof, so its basement would be second to last floor if you want to be technical, detective. The point is, we don't need to go into the kitchen or the parlor. We'll go straight back to his workshop and then head downstairs. The kitchen and the parlor. Knowledge gained. I understand. But all the same, I'd like to escort you two ladies there myself. Wow, an escort, like royalty. Isn't he a gentleman? Yes, he's... Lead the way, detective. To his word, London ushered us past the chattering suits and humming drones, through the checkpoints and into the elevator. As it climbed into the sky, we got a good look at the growing throng of people gathered outside. And its shifting makeup. Seems like it's mostly protesters now, or worse, brand loyalists. Oh no! No, get away, brand loyalists! Stop! Stop! Google doesn't need your help defending itself! Idiots led around by the nose their whole life, following the musk of whatever trend is laid out before them each morning. Today's trail having led them here, for half reasons they couldn't put into words even if their lives depended on it. I wanted to check. Is there a way... Okay, no. There's no way to turn off the censorship for the fucking... the swear words. It's there on purpose. Okay. Anyways. They're like insects. Line number 654. Hey, how about that? Congratulations, Morgan. That's your 654th line. And they look like them from up here. They're probably already preparing their spin. The Misunderstood Genius of Dr. David Asher, a video essay in 5 parts. Why the company insisted on cultivating such a following for him, I never understood. They could have easily pinned his achievements on someone more marketable. Some random photogenic employee or a fashion model with glasses. David wouldn't have minded. He never wanted the attention, the chaos. Maybe it's as simple as bad luck. He just happened to have the right look for the part. A man buried in his work with his eyes fixed ahead. And now, they're fixed in the grave! Penthouse! This is, what, his laboratory? His shop, he called it. How down to earth. It's messy in here. David was always disorganized. Why a programmer needed to make such a mess just to run tests on computers, I'll never. But sloppy as he could be, he didn't like when other people saw it, if he was leaving things like this. He must not have entertained any guests down here in some time. Thanks for all your help, Detective London. Don't mention it. What, you want me to step out? It won't take long. Not lacking for boldness, are you? Look, I have to take a phone call. Perfect. We'll be in and out as soon as possible, promise. And whatever Dr. Ash wanted set aside for his foundation, we'll be sure to flag it. Right. Already wearing gloves. If you find a dead body, you'll be our first call. Morgan, what was that stuff about his foundation? Dr. Ash's charity's always been managed by an outside group. You haven't spent a lot of time around crime scenes, have you? Actually, this is my first. Well, generally speaking, it's not really common to retrieve things from the premises while the cops are still searching them. Oh. Oh! Look, if David has something to give me, we can go get it. We just can't make a ton of noise about it, understand? Of course. Great. After you. Right. Quiet as a church house. The phrase is quiet as a church mouse, but... Caught myself. I'm okay. But now doesn't seem like the time to correct her. She just tripped and fell and ate shit. David's shop was a mess, but the mess felt familiar. It was very David. Jesus! Underground basement? What in the fuck? Hello? I mean, down here, I barely recognize the place. For starters, there's a goddamn gym? David hated exercise. Always claimed he didn't have the time for it. Even when I got him that treadmill and the subscription to the personal coaching program with a scheduling subroutine. But he couldn't find the time. And then even when I explained to him that the program accounted for that and adapted to his schedule, he still... Morgan, what's up? You're smiling. What's so funny? Nothing. Just surprised to see the place renovated. Yeah, he actually had me on mail tag with a couple contractors a while back. Never thought I'd have to learn so much about concrete and wiring and marble. Did you know marble needs to be treated or else indoor air will start to corrode it? I didn't know that. Is that true? Wait, is it not? But a guy told me that without an epoxy finish, the entire bar table could... Is that the vault over there, then? I think that Jess might be stupid. You could just look it up, you know. An epoxy finish is nice. Not gonna instantly disintegrate a marble countertop exposed to indoor air. Like there weren't epoxy finishes on marble statues. Anyways. Yeah. Stands out, I guess. Haha. Nervous? What's that? Oh, a little, I guess. But the inhaler helps mostly, so... Aren't you gonna open it? Open it? Don't you know the combination? No, I do not know the combination to David's basement vault. Oh. Oh! Oh no, how could I... He didn't tell you or give you a code or... He gave me the code to get into the building. And the parking garage. But not the code to whatever this is. Okay. You know, there were a lot of scattered papers back in his shop. Could he have left you a note on one of them? Yes, he could have. He would have. In fact, I think he probably did. You just stay right here, Morgan. I'll have this settled in just a sec. Sounds good. All right, then. Well, it's definitely locked. Looks like it's a Tethys Basics Strudicure anti-hack, anti-digital high-rated code panel. Nothing basic about it, but at least I can see the password's limited to 6 characters. Only 1 million possible combinations. Maybe I'll get lucky? Screw that. Forget it. There's a different terminal over here. Cotter security system is according to the label. Maybe it controls the whole room. Damn it, it's password protected too. And the code's 64 digits long? What's the point of a camera system that's harder to crack than your literal revolt, you egg-headed... Okay, yeah, a programmer actually probably would care more about his Internet of Things than whatever he can fit in a safety deposit box. Guess it's a 6-digit fault or nothing. But I'm a lawyer, not a lockpick. And whatever the other felonies I get up to in my private time, I've never pulled off a bank heist before. Only tool I got here is my head. So what do I know? I know whatever David put in the safe he wanted it kept secure. I also know that he wanted me to have it. Maybe he thought ahead. Maybe he guarded it in such a way that I'd be the only one who could get to it. David liked games, and he really liked beating me. So if he's left one last puzzle for me, I don't mind going another round. Alright. A crack. This flooring's got a new addition. Looks rough like sandpaper, but it's bouncy. Rubberized. Feels like something you drag your feet on at the gym or a factory floor. It's more high performance than high class. Expensive, but not in the way you'd expect for a penthouse. Well, scratch that. It's actually cracked here. Rubber doesn't break, it bends. That's its thing. Someone must have cheaped out during the installation and left a defect in. That or David left a jackhammer on overnight. Taking a closer look, this is a pretty serious looking set of resistance training equipment. And these weights, they're all set near the max. If Noble hadn't appointed him a nutritionist along with his stylist, David would be downright scrawny. There's no way he was putting up these numbers. In which case, the digits on the weights could be a clue, but there's too many and I can't guess the order. So what the hell, Asher? Did you just set all the weights to max because it looked more neat? Fucking guy. I can't look at this car, but it's so awesome and cool. Bar. This must be his spare liquor cabinet. Damn, there's a lot of good stuff in here. And a lot of bottom shelf swill. The kind of bargain bin vodka and nose burner whiskey that only an undergrad programmer could love. Nostalgia sweet like that, overpowering. 1 part per million can cover up even the cheapest aftertaste. David's wine collection still towering over the room. Don't know why he'd buy so many bottles. He didn't even particularly like this stuff. Maybe just to fill out all these shelves. Not all the bottles are untouched. Some of them don't have dust in them at all. There's a mechanism for retrieving bottles off the rack. The latest bottle chosen was a Meducamp 81. Could be significant. Except vintages only list the year they were bottled, not the month or day. Not enough digits for the code. Yeah, that's it. So, and to admire, question mark, this. It is a very big painting. And it's a impressionist? No, cubist, which is still incorrect. Yeah, cubicle. That sounds right. It is not. Whatever its style, I do remember that David liked this painting. Big blue painting. If there was a date on it, that could be a 6-digit password, but I don't see one anywhere. His signing and work was considered gauche amongst the cubicleists. Alright, I searched the whole room now. Then make a break. What? No dice. I feel like there was at least one hint that I came across. Oh, hey, look, I looked it up on the internet. Predator is an oil-on canvas painting by the mid-21st century neo-abstract expressionist Mads Haystorp. Krullerheim Center de Art Modern for 9 months before Haystorp entered the premises on 11/25/58 and used a hunting knife to cut the singular massive canvas into 3 separate pieces. When asked for a comment, Haystorp replied, "My works are not complete until they have been signed." So 11/25/58. Tethys, large online shopping, consumer shipping, economic. We do have everything for sale. Just leave a search engine and head over to our online store. Internet of Things. We've seen this one before. Okay. Better try again. 11/26/58. Shit, what was it? It was, 25.58. Damn it. The date the painting was signed. A password that is and isn't left in plain sight. Nice one. Hey, Morgan, how'd you get it to open? What is that? I turned back around just in time to see a door finish swinging open with a mechanical grace, revealing a girl with a barcode emblazoned across her temple, required by law to be plainly visible. It's an android, clearly marked as such, and yet even standing this close, I could swear it's snoring? I step forward and place the back of my wrist on the android's brow. Warm. It must be a prototype for the Animate 16. Or maybe a prototype for the 17 or 18? A biomechanical android with real human flesh. Sorry, biomechanical, yes, but it's organic flesh, not human. They're grown from lax Gemini cultures, but Sorry, I misspoke. Right, understandable since... You seem surprised, Jess. Hasn't Noble been working on warm androids like this one for years now? Warm androids like this one? I mean, yes, we have. Sorry, it's just that this particular model is very, it's very cutting edge. Leading edge, just by judging by the flush in those cheeks. I think it's safe to say that we found what we're looking for. I think so, too. That presents a problem, then. Oh, do you not, approve? I've got nothing against androids. My concern is a bit more immediate and, well, practical. Practical? I don't know how to turn it on. Do you see a switcher? Something? Do you? Can we, turn it around, or... I poke the android's ribs. A little less give than I expected given its frame, but the rigidities are remarkably lifelike. I place my hand on the shoulder and give it a shake. But it doesn't budge. The thing has to weigh more than... Right. Androids mostly transport themselves, so people are always surprised to find out they're a bit heavier than they look. A bit? I'm surprised the whole room isn't slanted. There's no way in hell we're moving this thing without linking it up. Crap. First of all, now this. I was able to guess the combination just by poking around. Right to that, finding this hunk of drunk's power switch would be child's play. And I think I know where to start. Jess, I'm gonna step back into the lab for a moment, alright? Huh? Oh, sure. There's gotta be a manual around here. Good idea, it might be some kind of prototype, but it's still got a barcode. Maybe you can scan its, GIN number and find something in the company files? A generic identification number is a string of numerals typically encoded into a barcode that it was an independent. Early on in the industrial revolution, concerns about lessening gap between man and machine led to governments to pass laws mandating that all ads clearly identify themselves as such and to counteract rampant disinformation, and identity theft campaigns. Manufacturers responded by stamping the GIN code. GIN code or GIN code? Generic GIN with a G because it's a GIN code. Also, that sounds like alcohol, and that fits with a cyber noir. And Gin sounds weird. I mean, it's you know, people are called Gin. It's a. But I'm gonna say Gin code. Most commonly on the cheek above the collarbone or on the back of the hand. Some companies place the Gin on the wrist, but this quickly incurred backlash. Concerns about automated dependence having impersonating humans have dropped precipitously since then, and the Gin is a cultural icon. Recognizable as any corporation's logo. Fake fins, are one of the most commonly requested tattoos. Vast majority of parlors only will draw a line through the barcode once finished to avoid breaking identity law, though there are some clients who care little about the consequences. MMA fighter Samly Paka influently sports a gin tattoo across his right knuckles and makes a show of signing a check to pay the fine for displaying a false gin on an international broadcast every time he enters the ring. Okay, that's pretty good. Anyways, warm androids. We've seen this before. Yeah, of course. All generic ID numbers should be paired with industry standard files on maintenance, tracking, power requirements. I summoned out the animatic android, taking a catnap in a sarcophagus in David Asher's basement. We'll have a user manual. But it can't hurt for to try and... I'm okay. Broke a heel, but I'm okay. I carry glue. And I'd rather search the lab by myself. Poor Jess. She broke a heel, but she has glue, so it's okay. Now then, if I were David and I want to make sure that only one person will be able to walk out of here with that android, how would I set that up? Damn, I want to look at that globe. All right, what's in here? I haven't seen one of these since college, but this must be a 3D printer. Of some sort. Feels expensive enough to make other printers look like soda fountains by comparison. Better not mess with any of the settings. Diagrams of human anatomy. The hands are highlighted. Most developed part of the human body. Good for making stone axes and sending emails. Robots and frames can do just fine with claws or 3-digit imitations, but androids are expected to look like people, and move like them too. Getting the hands right must be a big priority at Noble. A tree-like shape on the right is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying weight, and if the sum is greater than a certain threshold, the neuron fires. A 0 becomes a 1, and all the other zeros around it take that into consideration. Repeat that a couple billion times a second, you get the human brain. A computer powerful enough to simulate all of reality. That's the analogy I read in a magazine anyway. Looks like a fairly normal computer. If I'm lucky, this appears to be fairly normal as well. Boot up complete. Username? Vocal commands? David Asher? Morgan? Guest? Thank you for logging in as a guest. Didn't recognize my voice. So I can probably rule out a vocal command being the key to waking the android. You have a question? More than one. Now though, what should I search for on his computer? Search history. Oh, these are, Let's search for Morgan. Let's see what's up. Search files for Morgan. 23 results in the local drive. I can work with that. Mostly phone book and social data. But I don't recognize this file type. Some kind of personnel format? Date of birth, educational occupation, education, blood type, height and weight? Alright, buddy. Little invasive, don't you think? DNA and fingerprints. Now why do you have that, David? My DNA isn't in any database. I've made sure of that. So he couldn't have bought this anywhere. He must have collected it himself from a wine glass or the like. Would have been easy to do. Why do it? Well, so that we can have a DNA registration. These appear to be holding tanks for something. How should I know? No labels on anything typical for a genius, but a nightmare for anyone trying to pick up after him. It's a lot more hard science than I expected in here. Centrifuges and glass and microscopes. Don't programmers do all their work with a keyboard? Alright, I'm starting to get a pretty clear picture of what it'll take to turn on this android. I've got the what for the where and how. I'll just have to manage. Still just a piece of machinery. If it really won't turn on, I can always start hitting it. Morgan, there you are. I've looked in every registry I could find and every database I could get into, but I don't think this android is in the system. There's a long shot. Don't beat yourself up over it. Yes, but an android with the proper identification is... only buying or selling an android with that proper identification that's illegal. And it doesn't seem like he ordered this online. I guess you're right, huh? We'll have it registered soon enough anyway. I think I figured out what we need to do here. Oh? If David really wanted me to have this, he would have left some way for me to turn it on. What are you thinking? David had my fingerprints and my DNA on file. By requiring both, he could reasonably be sure that no one was powering up this android without my approval. You've done a swab before, haven't you? Every month for the company. Apparently they're building a database on employee epigenetics cross-referenced with... Oh! So you're gonna... My DNA and my fingerprint make the key. Now, where to find the lock? Well, the hands were focused, so let's check the hands. There was a diagram back in his shop. Was it meant to be a literal handshake verification? Nah, I thought that would work. Me too. David, did you make an android I have to kiss? David, what the fuck? The lips are one of the most sensitive parts of the body. Not the worst place to make a scan, even if it is gross placing my finger there. Oh, put my finger in her mouth, huh? Oh, that's... Still not doing it, huh? Come on, do I really need to push my finger deeper? Jiggle the key? Oh man, you went right in there. Are you touching the tongue? It's blinking at me. David, what the fuck is wrong with you? You made an android that I have to stick my fingers in her mouth to wake up? Good morning. Thank you, Sarah. Good moment. Long beat. Good morning to you, too. Cute. Hello. I've never seen you two before. I guess we should introduce ourselves then. Hi! This is Jessica Starling. She works for Dr. Asher. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that? I understand. She is Jessica Starling, and you are Morgan... Last name unknown? No, Morgan is my last... Father told me about you. Aw, he did? Wait. Father? David. You had it call you daddy? Morgan, father is not daddy. You understand that, right? I'm referring to Dr. David Asher. Are you confused? That's not the word I'd use. I'll throw a bone beyond the grave for the good doctor. Just move this along. Did David say that he was giving you to me, transferring ownership? Ownership? And that is correct. And what else did... Mostly correct. Right, and what else did he tell you? Many things. Oh no, she's great. Oh no, she's great. Look at her, she's doing the fucking pose. Oh no, she's great. I love her. Hi, Sarah. Can you specify? I thought conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program. Dr. Asher tell you anything that he wanted you to convey to Morgan? A message you were supposed to pass on? Yes. Jess, I think it's trying to... Okay. Sure. I'll give you two... I'll give you some privacy, Morgan. I've actually gotten about 14 messages in the last 2 minutes, so... I'll just head back up to the lab to take some calls, okay? Thanks, Jess. Yes. Thank you, Jess. You're welcome. Just the two of us now. So what do I call you? My name is Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Trust me, the pleasure's all mine. What's the message? Father told me that I'd be living with you from now on. And he told me that you would look after me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should it? Model this life like with warmth and breath and something close to blood in its veins. Just what are you, anyway? You forgot my name already? It's Sarah. What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you? That would be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study at a state-approved massage therapy school. I haven't even completed 1 hour. What purpose did Dr. Asher design you for? I don't know the answer to that question. You don't know why he built you? No, should I? How can you not? Do you? Would I be asking you if I did? I mean, do you know why you were created? Why you were born? Why me? Why would you? Why are you doing this? You're a freak. A monster. What the hell's wrong with you? Please don't kill me. Please. Why? Why? Why was a monster like you even born? Guess I walked into that one. I was starting to wonder if you even had the Turing solution. Father's framework for programming linguistics and artificial systems. And the body of work for which he was first gained international recognition. Yeah, international You haven't answered my question. An answer as to why you were created, why you exist. Occam's razor. I'm here because my parents wanted me. I see. I will give a similar answer. I was created because Father wanted to make me. Can't argue with that logic, can I? Can't argue with that logic. Father did say that you're a lawyer. Yeah, that's me. You're a lawyer, and I defeated you with logic. World-class, high-power attorney. The best defense money can buy. So do you catch criminals? That's what cops do. Do you litigate criminals? That's what prosecutors do. And do you fight for the underrepresented? Expose injustice? Sue corrupt corporations and officials? I don't think anyone does that anymore. Then, what do you do? I'm a criminal defense attorney. A defender of the innocent and powerless. Oh no, she's got a sparkle in her eye. Uh-huh. Do you also... Now that you know all about me, what can you tell me about yourself? I've never had to do that before. First time for everything. How old are you? I'm not sure I can give a satisfactory answer. Oh, for two on answering simple questions. What's the date on your earliest memory? 2 years ago. And where were you constructed or assembled in whatever? What facility? I was not constructed at any facility. Father created me here. By himself. You're saying if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers from any manufacturers, any ideas of any designer? Do you want to take me apart? David was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own home? He couldn't have. He must have had help. Probably a whole department's worth. Asking around, there's got to be someone in the company who can ID this thing. Now we figure out what's so important about it. You don't look like any android I've ever seen. What are you made of? This body's comprised of organic tissues integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt. Wait, warm androids have to eat and drink? It cannot be worth that much trouble. My cybernetic systems operate largely as analogs to their equivalents in the human body. I have a respiratory system for oxygen exchange and a centrally located pump that circulates oxidant. You mean you've got a heart? How quaint. Where does all the extra weight come from? Pardon? I tried moving you early and it felt like I was pulling against a truck. My skeleton is a combination of medical-grade plastics and a military-grade titanium carbide alloy. That sure took the wind out of her sails. My muscles are made of adaptive rare earth alloy nano-weave fiber, with shock absorption and kinetic chain potential rated past. Wait, did you say military-grade? I have a grip strength above 1,000 kilograms. I can run at sustained speeds of over 60 kilometers per hour. I can jump 6 meters vertically. I have a 10-foot vertical leap, Morgan. I can lift approximately... I'm not sure what kind of grip strength most androids are walking around with, but I've never seen any of them move the way it's talking about. Even just standing there seems to be poised. Controlled, spring-tight, strength and flexibility, like a ballerina or gymnast. Strong enough to flip over a tank, lifelike enough to avoid detection. As long as it never stepped on a scale, it'd make for the perfect infiltration unit. The perfect weapon if he could keep its development a secret. Did David really put something that heavy on my plate? Dismantling a military prototype in secret? Are you deep in thought? But a military infiltration android would look more crew-cut and forgettable. And would David really devote personal time and effort to make another weapon for the military? I have other features I could tell you about if you like. If I shot you, would you die? It would be very painful. And there would be a discharge of fluid, but conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective. That settles it. This thing's a weapon. Sure as I... Would you like to know about my hair? Your hair? I'm impressed you noticed. She's so cute. It's unreal. Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cell lattice technology, allowing me to remain charged throughout the daytime. That must come in handy? I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has an ambient wireless charging functionality, and I haven't gotten outside much. Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all. You're just a pincushion, aren't you? I am not familiar with the term. Searching. Pincushion, jargon, design, first prototypes filled with experimental technologies to check for compatibility issues. Got an idea, not sure what to do with it? Stick it in the pincushion. This is as good an explanation as any for what I'm staring at. Mishmash of state-of-the-art military features spliced with odd new technologies and seemingly pointless additions. The end result being a singular, unsellable android that wasn't particularly good at anything and would break down after only a few years. Pincushions are a small but valid part of the field of android manufacturing. They're valuable to collectors who see them as time capsules filled with their designers' most outlandish ideas and least reproducible results. Many of the most nonsensical pincushions are developed via committee over years, with numerous engineers and programmers adding in their pet functions. The android before me claims to have been built by one man. A man who's now... Seems we got off track there, Sarah. Was there anything else David told you to relay to me? Besides that you were to look after me? He also told me that you were reliable and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you and obey your instructions. Finally, some good news! As you say, Adonai. What's that? That word you called me. What was that? Adonai, from classic Hebrew. Translated literally, it means, my lord. Do you prefer that I call you Master? No. Very good, Adonai. Why David use Hebrew, though? Abrahamic myth tells of servants constructed out of earth and clay designed to resemble and obey their masters. Golems. Father must have found the comparison appropriate. Amusing, more likely. It's just a joke. Father would not make light of such a thing. Sure he would. Perhaps we should ask him to clarify his reasoning for himself. Where is Father, by the way? Is he upstairs? When was the last time you were active? 38 hours ago. Thursday night, then? Correct. Right. David Asher is dead. He died last night. Understand? How? May I see him? See him? No, I won't be able to see him. Funeral's probably not for a few days. Father was not... He was not sick. I don't feel like doing the whole song and dance with 2 robots in one day. It's very charming, but let's go to commands only. What? What happened? Did he have an accident? Why is it still doing the theatrics? Does it now recognize my authority yet? The police have determined that he committed suicide. For the time being, we ought to focus on getting you properly registered. Maybe then you'll take commands the first time I say them and not... The police are wrong. Excuse me? They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing. He told me, look, Sarah, I'm sorry? You're sorry? Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm? I've been around death a lot. So don't try to lecture me about grief, Spearman. My name is Sarah. You will use it because my father, David Dr. I can't get away from this. I'm just gonna keep on fucking slipping around with some, spoonerisms and keep on calling him David Dr. Asher. What the fuck is wrong? Dr. David Asher. Dr. David Asher. Dr. David Asher. I hate it. It's weird on my tongue. Because my father, Dr. David Asher, the greatest programmer in the world, gave it to me, and he did not kill himself. Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. If that's the case, the police will realize that soon enough. The police have already made their determination. That's what you just said. Father said that you were a lawyer, that you were capable and reliable, and a friend. You should be looking into his death. That's... Is that an order? Of course not. It is a request, Adonai. A request that I'll have to refuse. The police have their job and I have mine. If I stick my nose into their investigation any further, they'll come down on me. Hard. Cops don't like lawyers on principle, but what they really hate are people who tell them how to do their job. Let's go. We need to... Father asked you to look after me. Yeah, he did. He also said you should obey me, but you don't seem quite as fixated on that part. Yeah. Yeah, my itchy nose. God damn it. No, it's... Ugh. Fuck, that's the worst itch it's been in a while. Anyways, and he said something else. He said that you owed him a favor. One favor. The thin ice starts here, Spearman. That was between him and me. Father is gone. So now it is between you and I. And I'm calling in the favor now. What? You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider that request null and void. You can sell me to some collector, you can donate me to a university, it doesn't matter. In exchange, you will prove Father didn't kill himself. And you will make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Why are you laughing? It's you and me, not you and I. You and me. David would roll over in his grave if he knew you'd gotten that wrong. It was not my intention to amuse or rotate. No, that's for damn sure. Fine, I'll take that deal, Sarah. You mean, you'll prove that Father did not? I mean, I'll look into it. I'm a lawyer, I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can. Then, where do we start? I didn't realize you had a law degree. I do not have a law degree, but I am a fast learner. This isn't a job interview. And I am far from useless. Yeah, it did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? I'm a defense attorney, not a police detective, and David was my friend, not my client. I won't be able to poke around at all unless... And I'm also capable of... Can you tell a lie? Frame 1. Corrupt her, Morgan. It's the only way. I am capable of making statements that are false. Guess that'll have to do. Are you going to ask me to lie? Yes. To the police, in fact. Lying to the police is a felony. Androids don't commit felonies. They make errors. I see. What kind of error did you have in mind, Adonai? 11:14 a.m. Here we go. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Hi. Are you sure about this? You have questions too, don't you? Right now, I'm just a little better equipped to get answers than you are. Okay, go for it. I'll make sure they're watching. Is the air quality at Noble headquarters kept up to state standards? What's that? All these Noble employees seem to have asthma. Was Father also working under such poor conditions? They don't have asthma. And why are they all carrying inhalers? Yes, ma'am. She's right over here. Okay. What's the term? Adroxone, a stimulant that has become the most widely used drug in the corporate world. A Class 2 stimulant of least concern. Employees of any corporation with the Bureau, in good standing with the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight, can have access to Adroxone without a prescription so long as their HR representative feels it would be beneficial to the work performance. Workplace Adroxone, as it's sometimes called, is dispensed through biomonitor enhanced inhalers, automatically detect overdoses and keep track of possible habit formation. Automatic safety levels may be adjusted at supervisors' discretions. Oh my god. Okay, my HR representative thinks I should have Ritalin because they think it'll help. My supervisor can adjust my dosage. What? Oh my god, it's so bad out here, gang. Unsubstantiated claims that Adroxone was first invented as purely recreational drug by the notoriously violent Skullhead Mafia caused enough of a stir that in 2083 a formal investigation committee was formed. Unfortunately, in 2084, an industrial hydrogen fuel accident resulted in the deaths of all 391 known Skullhead members, placing the investigation at an indefinite standstill. Oh my god. Wow, I wonder what happened there. Oh, it's you. Hi, Emma. Hi. Oh, it's you. Did I mess up? On the contrary. Eyes wide, choose a DA. Quiet. You succeeded spectacular in getting Noble's ears perked up. Emma Rockford. Didn't think I'd run into you here. Yeah, didn't think I'd be here either. But the powers that be think my presence sends a strong message to the Megs, so... No, wait. What are you doing here? A few minutes later. Hey, I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for saying that. And thank you, Detective Reyes, for your many kind words. Assistant Detective Attorney likes milk tea, white noise, and black lace. Dislikes artificial sweeteners, home remedies, and ink stains. It's true crime and body strippers. Okay, she's a little bit of a freak. She's like that normie level of freak, you know, where like she'll read she has audiobooks, you know, normie freak. Best at getting the staff's attention, worst at deciding what to order. And Reyes, Thomas addicted for third class, likes chewing gum, sports drinks, and biking. Dislikes babysitting, audiobooks, and manspreading. Relax when shopping for groceries, struggles with remembering lyrics, default status, do not disturb. Yeah, that tracks. You can't all be as talkative as you. Normally quoting poetry you'd feel pretentious, but you were so genuine in your reading. Bite me! I don't know that there's a need for all that. Very mature, detective. Did you come up with all that yourself? Oh, no, that's Kaguya's signature pose. Like the pop star? I don't know what you're talking about. You can admit it if you do. Well, there's nothing to admit because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. Wait, now you're saying you don't know who Kaguya is? She's the most famous... Yeah, well, I just don't know who that is, so... Ma'am? Weren't you about to say something? Oh, well, I'm still surprised to see you here now, Morgan. Are you helping plan the services? Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Asher's funeral service. Wouldn't his family take care of that? No. No? No. I see. Sorry. But if that's the case... Why are you here, Morgan? Ah! Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disturb your morning. Hey, you're here for the same reason as every other suit they got crawling around. Money. You're not wrong, there are a lot of annoying insects with annoying agendas scurrying around before my friend's body is even cold. But the honest truth is I don't even know if David had a will. The company helped him manage his estate. Legal is probably already on it. Actually, judging by how much coffee that intern is carrying into the elevator, I'm certain they are. Right, so if you're not here for the funeral or the reading of the will... Miss Starling asked me to come here, actually, on a matter unrelated to David's passing. An unrelated matter? That's convenient. Isn't it? But now that I am here, it's come to my attention that the police have made a determination in the case of David's death. And where did you hear that? Am I mistaken? No, you're right. They concluded that it was suicide. And I was counting on her to be blunt. I was worried about that. Yeah, I'm sure you must be because I'm gonna have to contest the charge. What? The state has made a charge. I'm arguing against it. What the hell are you talking about? The police believe David committed suicide. Suicide is a felony in this country, detective. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're defending Dr. David Asher's dead fucking body. It is technically a crime to commit suicide, yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial. Especially not for their own murder, Morgan. No, not to trial, of course not. But there would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this. Technically, as a formality. Assuming the courts aren't busy that day. I'm afraid that on this occasion I'm gonna have to insist on formality. Yeah, well, you really don't have much say in the matter, do you? With David gone, I have the only say, really. I am, after all, his criminal attorney. All that money, he needs his drinking buddy to be his attorney? Bullshit! I'm also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney. You're absolutely right. It is a conflict of interest. And I would have said as much to him if I had the chance. What do you mean? I only found out that he wanted me to be his attorney today. After he died? How the hell did you miss that memo? Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well. Oh, I didn't know you had an Android, Morgan. It's cute. Oh, look at her. She's blushing. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Hi. Thanks, but it's actually David's. And it's technically my witness. Witness to what? 38 hours ago, that is, David Asher communicated to me, as a matter of record, the following explicit legal intent. That in the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state, his attorney would be Evangeline Morgan. Evangeline. Pause, amuse. No, wait. Seriously? Your name's Evangeline? Just your parents name you after a Christmas carol? Should we all be curtsying? It's not that funny. No, of course not. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Evangeline. Or do your friends call you Angel? I hear Kaguya's on tour, detective. Should I get you tickets? You could have your dad drive you like all the other 15-year-olds. Hey. The girls are fighting. The girls are fighting. Evangeline Morgan. Feels like we're getting off topic. What were we just... I was telling you that David Asher wanted her to be his criminal defense attorney. Imagine my surprise. An android's recording of a verbal expression of intent isn't exactly ironclad, Morgan. That's fair. And if we were going before an upper-level court, I would expect that to be open to all kinds of scrutiny. But we're talking about a preliminary hearing. A formality, as he called it. If he asks for representation, he deserves representation. Doesn't matter whether he's dead or alive. Am I missing something? What difference does it make? Not even an adjutant would be obtuse enough to sentence a dead man. Now, there won't be a sentence, but the adjutant will render a verdict. And verdicts have consequences, even for the deceased. Is that what this is about? What's she getting at? If the court agrees this was a suicide, that verdict will retroactively affect evaluations of the individual's mental health. Like, whether he was in his right mind or not. You know anything about estate tax laws, detective? No. I'm sure you'll be happy to educate me. More than happy. An individual found by court to be not of sound mind can't very well give their consent to the lawyer drawing up their will. If his will is compromised, all of David's considerable assets would suddenly be thrown into legal limbo. I'm still not buying that it's her actual name, though. I don't know. Could be. Like, to be a defense attorney, you have to be, like, on the record. And your records probably have to match your birth certificate. You know? I feel like it'd be really easy for courts to check for fraud when they're, like, signing someone into the system to become a defense attorney. or any sort of legal representative whatsoever. Like the bar. You had to be registered at the bar. And, you know, Angel of Death, Evangeline. Yeah, could be. If it's a fake name, that's insane. Like, she would, like, if it's a fake name, she would have to choose to be that fake name, you know? And she hates it, so why would she do that? It hasn't updated. In which case, the state would be legally obligated to come in and pick up the pieces. So this is just about his money? I'm almost disappointed in you, Morgan. Well, when you take into consideration all the factors, it's actually more complicated than that. For example... Huh? Never mind. No, Starling, you should speak your mind. All I meant to say is that while Dr. Asher did have significant holding in art, real estate, and intellectual property, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations, principally Noble. He was ruled to not be of sound mind, and his shares were ended up acquired by the government. Noble would suffer a serious blow to its commercial image and its standing in the financial community. All of which is to say there's a great deal at stake here. Not the least of which is the reputation of a man whom I was proud to call my friend. You're not buying this, are you? In case you haven't noticed, the city is working closely with Noble on this. And they are not going to let you bring them any unwanted attention. Starling did her part. They're watching. They've stopped trying to hide it. From here on out, it's a gamble. Noble Electronics already has unwanted attention. Are you raising your voice? If nothing changes, by the end of the day, the whole country is going to hear how David Asher committed suicide. By midnight, there will be questions about his competency. Concerns about why his brain inside every single Noble ad, why the brain inside every single Noble ad was built by an apparently unstable man. The shareholders will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over that sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time the markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility. Not a volatile market! Morgan, you're hired! Please, please save us! That's so. I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I just feel like right now the fiscally conservative thing to do would be to not get in my way. You've got your reasons, and Noble's got a lot to think about. Why should the district attorney's office devote valuable time to playing out this game of yours? Because they're certain they'll win. That goes without saying. The court should have an opening at 6 p.m. I didn't have anything planned. And it's a date. Detective, would you get her clearance set up? Yes, ma'am. Updates every hour, yeah? You're out on a limb, Morgan. Better not linger. Here. Clearance for all the relevant sites and police firewalls. You can interview and investigate with your authority as an officer of the court now. If you haven't already been doing that. Don't even think about being sloppy with the discovery on this. Rockford might think you're funny, but I appreciate the warning, Detective Reyes. It's nice to know you care. I live to serve. And protect! Thanks for the assist, darling. Yeah, no sweat. Are all cops like that? Or are they more like that Detective London gentleman? Oh, boy. Most cops, eh? Most cops. I would say most cops go on power trips and like being the ones in charge. Which means that, like, if anyone challenges their authority, then they are more like Reyes. In sort of a volatile temperament kind of way. What about detectives? Fuck. Yeah, no, because officer uniforms are far more likely to be like that, but detectives less so. But detectives have to come from officers, so it still count. I'm going to say most are like her. They're mostly like that, yes. Are all that intense? Yes, comes from being short. Morgan! And most cops are short? Yes. Right. Well, I'll see you at the courthouse tonight. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck. Both of you. What do we do now? Well, I have a few options. I have access to the crime scene now, probably the best place to start. I'd like to head over to the company building as well. To get me registered? Among other things. Either David killed himself or he didn't. But if he did, it's almost certainly his asshole corporate overlords who are to blame. In which case, I want to take my sweet time raking them over the coals. What are you doing? Nothing. What about Father? When can we see him? He'll be at the morgue by now. The medical examiner will speak to me now that I'm operating on the court's authority. But if I stop to flash paperwork at every nurse and security guard with nothing better to do than ask questions, I'll have to... What's that look for? You were Father's friend. Thank you again for reminding me. Aren't there people you'd like to speak with? Other friends who'd want to know? Bad news travels fast. I'm sure everyone in the country has heard about David by this point. All that heartbreak shit did keep me pretty occupied these last few weeks. Never one to pry. If there was someone who could tell me more about David's personal life over the last several months, it'd be worth the effort of finding them. Oh, so they just allowed defense to investigate in this game, huh? I suppose so. Yeah, no. Like, okay. In an ideal scenario, what happens is, when prosecution brings a trial against someone, the defense is able to bring up. Well, no, I guess a lot of the legal media that I've seen, defense attorneys, media that focuses on defense attorneys, they have two methods of getting information. The first is getting information, and the second is discovery from prosecution. They are obligated to hand over everything, but the defense attorneys do their own investigations so that they can A, fact check that work, and B, make sure they found everything. And if they do find anything new, they'd share it with discovery with the prosecution as well. If I'm not mistaken. Anyways. You have someone in mind? Maybe someone you met recently? He spoke about becoming close with someone this year. A musician. Now that you mention it. There was a Poe something that David might have mentioned when we talked back in. I will begin a search. I've completed my search. I found nothing. Yeah! Go Sarah. Go Sarah. Go Sarah. Thanks for your college try. Is that really the best you can do? Father was a private man, in person and online. With just a few letters and the fact that he was a musician, I'm afraid we don't have enough information to narrow down the results, Adonai. Yeah, girl, give us nothing. Now, we have plenty of information. We just need the right person for the job. What kind of person is that? A real freak. Time date expunged. Eh? Precinct 112. Detainment room 001. And who would you even call? And who would you even have called? I don't know. Oh, no. It was the brat. I still should have got my phone call. Instead, I got you. Who are you again? My latest guardian. New foster parent. Want me to call you Mommy? I'm not really the motherly type. Hey, we might actually get along. Gucci suspender strap on a fucking, townie hat. So I've got good news and bad news. I'm not your guardian, I'm your lawyer. You've been given a lawyer because you're being charged with a felony. Fascist pigs. Skipping school's a felony now. Hacking into a government database has been a felony for a very long time. Now and me. They have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlist you were listening to. As for a homework assignment, here's what I don't get. You got in, copied the data, could have gotten right out. State wouldn't even know they'd been robbed until they saw their password show up on black market clearance 2 weeks later. But you didn't get out. You stayed and made changes to their database. You robbed the bank, got clean money, then dragged a can of spray paint behind you all the way home. Why? Look, I didn't steal anything. Wasn't already compromised. And the only data I edited was my own. So if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes. What, did they get your birthday wrong? My name. Name changes are only 2 pages of paperwork. You just need to fill out the form and get a signature from a parent or guardian. So, what's the good news then? The good news is that I'm your lawyer, not your guardian. The hell? That doesn't count as good news. That's just the thing you said. Don't be so sure. A lawyer's a lot better than a guardian. How's that? Parents, guardians, foster, whatever, they're all supposed to take care of you because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone who always does what's best for you no matter what, because that's how they get paid. How good are you at your job? Very. Call on the phone. Hello, mon cœur. Hi, my cur. My little shitbag. Hello, my little piece of shit. My little fuckface. It's pronounced cur. I know how it's pronounced. An archaic term for a dog, an abandoned mutt or stray. Did you mean cur? Heart? Oh, shit, more terms. The preliminary hearing. Step in the judge and jury to evaluate whether there exists sufficient evidence to justify a trial. Between security systems, personal devices, biomonitors, IoT crumbs, automated dependence, and mods, it's extremely rare for modern times for the people's evidence of a crime to be found lacking, making preliminary hearings kind of a formality. Kaguya, stage name for a singer-songwriter known for her powerful voice and her stage persona's intricately crafted lore. After releasing a blitz of chart-topping singles, a quadruple platinum album, and a bevy of cultural reset music videos in just the last 3 years, she has come to be considered the leading living figure in pop music and popular culture realm. Kaguya's official age is listed as 1,086 years old. She released her first single, Orbit, in 2083, which went on to at number 1 on the Billboard Blahboard Top 100, the Rubicon Digital Singles Chart, and the Ni8 music video streaming tracker. Making one of the fastest selling singles in history. Personal details of the pop star remain scarce, and protecting her anonymity has become a core part of her fan culture. When a retired facial analysis expert claimed that her stage makeup was formulated specifically to make facial recognition on her impossible, a representative for her record company met with the press to clarify that she is simply a private person who wants her fans to enjoy the experience that is Kaguya's voice. Users also frequently search for Kaguya Lore Explained, Kaguya Iceberg Explained, Kaguya Lunatropic Tour tickets where to buy. Kaguya Iceberg Explained is really real. Anyways. And don't call me that. When I met Fran in that police station, I couldn't help but bet that I landed the jackpot. A valuable asset with a skill set complementary to my own personal and private pursuits. Someone who, after seeing the sweetheart probation deal I managed to land for them, would be more than happy to help me with whatever I need, whenever I need it. Always so cold, Fran. Can't I even get a good morning? Student, hacker, but don't put that down, obviously. Haptic, synth music, cinnamon toast. Dislikes teachers, politicians, adults, cops, alarm clocks. Values rarity, originality, history, vibes. Fave subject, none. Worst subjects, literature, social studies, and athletics. Sucks. No such thing. Nothing good's ever happened until the afternoon, when people are actually awake. What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addiction to poor time management. What do you want, Red? I can't call you up just for fun? Not if you don't want to get blocked. I need you to find somebody for me. Can't do it. I got homework. We both know the only time you ever do your own homework is during the class it's due. Now I've got sports. You can't tell a basketball from a hockey stick. And I've got a bidding war to win. You're the only person on Earth bidding on 70-year-old Coochie and Air Joe Dan vintage reps, Fran. Sorry, it is Coochie, you're right. I think you can take your eyes off the auction block. So yeah, so sorry, but I'm busy, so... I was hoping we could skip straight to the carrot portion of the routine, but if you insist on doing things from the top... I had an interesting conversation with your parole officer yesterday. Oh, yeah? They've been really into the self prefixes lately. What? Self-motivation, self-actualization, self-help. And he thinks he could really benefit from it. You're lying. He's got all the workbooks ready. No, not self-help books, please. Clearly your Saturdays are sacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are full of... Fine. I get it. I need to find a local musician. Musician? Knowing you, this will be Electro-Swing or some other awful. Last name Powell or Parker. That's all you got? They'll be in David Asher's circles. Wait, Asher? You're working that? That should be more than enough for a clever kid like you yourself to go on. Don't go expecting any miracles. I need this soon, within the hour, ideally. You know I have other clients, don't you? Other clients who actually pay you on time? A musician. Find him. Okay. Even talking over the phone, you're very animated, Adonai. What do you mean? Just that you're very expressive when you talk to people. Of course I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know that what I'm thinking? I see. I'll keep that in mind as we... Wait, you really expect to tag along? Of course, Father was... Yeah, I know, you want to. But why should I let you? Because I am capable of and helpful. Uh-huh. I mean it, I can take notes for you. And move heavy objects. And I'll learn to do more. Ow. I will subject every individual we encounter to a basic survey. To procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning. Subjecting them to torture. I can help, Adonai. How fast can you fill out forms? Fast. Congratulations, you're halfway to being a paralegal. Sarah! Hi, Sarah! Welcome to the profiles. August 29th, 160 centimeters, weight 200 kilograms. Blood type, you add. Unemployed paralegal? Likes martial arts, carbonation, collarbones. Girl. Dislike static blackouts, elevators. Edgeworth? Don't like elevators, eh? Talents. I'm good at lots of things. Skills. I'm not sure how skills differ from talents. I also like the 180 rule. So true, bestie. You coming? Right away, Adonai! Alright, 11:45 a.m. Let's get going. Noble Employee Housing Building? Okay, we're still in the same building. We're going to investigate the crime scene. The dining room. Pretty quiet elevators, huh? You could have taken the next one. It's a busy building, detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get there, in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me to not get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you. You at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't. She doesn't? The report should have come in hours ago. It wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still. And I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night via the home security system. The emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within the minute. They landed on the penthouse's helipad at 8:08. Dr. Usher was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. Wasn't breathing. In-flight auto triage administers artificial CPR while in transit to Gatesfield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. D. And the cause of death is... being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0, and there wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? They don't know either. Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet. Why are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose? If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. And he would have lived. But he didn't live. So it must have been something deadly. A compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting, deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now, unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense given what we know, and what we don't. But the CDCA decriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs. Guess you aren't entirely clueless about politics. So whatever Father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database. You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. What is the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork. While the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was in uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. The CDCA... Contraband Decriminalization Act. Ah, okay. the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administer the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Eager to replenish government coffers, the CDCA were intended to reduce the backlog of criminal cases by just making drugs not illegal, while also incentivizing immigration with the promise of amnesty. In what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. The so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. The gray wave followed soon after, as money-starved criminal organizations waged economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance of this new gray market. Fierce competition for government license to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs to monopolize their sale in the months it would take the government to identify and legalize them. While rates of addiction and overdose deaths have dropped since their peak in the last 2 decades, the danger associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new customers continued to fuel the debate over the legacy of the CDCA and the white wave as a whole. They're designer drugs. Yeah. In common parlance, DDs, deeds, and deads are illicit narcotics formulated to produce a recreational high. They follow virtually all known narcotics. It did so alongside extensive documentation and study, so the laws could only apply to drugs that already existed. Any drug patented after has to go through representation. It has to go through the approval processes, registration. Time lag creates a window of opportunities where you can do crime shit. What would become as riding the wave. Users are also frequently searched for, is Nerve legal yet? Best new Deads 2086. Nirvana designed by who? Damn. Alright. Yeah. The only difference is it's their families finding them in the living rooms and not beat cops finding them on street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just a law. Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. Nirvana Initiative was made by Uchikoshi. I'm gonna take a look around now. Yeah, sure, make yourself at home. What's that face for? I thought that there would be an outline. An outline? Around where they found Father. Like in the movies? Like in film? Connect to the police's network and bring up their ARCS file. Augmented reality crime scene. I see. ARC system. Alright, ARC's active. There is an outline! And so this is where he died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and cameras they were wearing that create the basics for this ARCS. I didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gather data all the same. Where do we start? You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm starting to get a feel for when she's pouting even without looking. Aww. Check. A chessboard and a datapad with a series of characters on it. 4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CXD4, NXD4. This is a game. This is chess. This is chess lingo. I know chess lingo. Algebraic notation. Was he studying an old game or playing against himself? Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We gotta put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play Adonai? No, especially not against David. Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing. Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too boring, too fair. A smarter player wins every time. And that is something you take fault with? Of course, how's a guy like me supposed to win a game like that? Damn. Alright. I always admired this view. The buildings gleam with reflections of holograms in sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the run-down, rotting parts of town. Maybe the view's secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible. Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows? Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto tint in all his homes and all his cars. I didn't know that. Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse from more than... Why did he care so much about his windows? Privacy. Observe. Police androids monitoring the scene. Could almost mistake them for the real thing, the way they stand there trying to look important. Fuck cops, yeah! Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park. Pardon? Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before? Because I haven't, in person. David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its gin if you're that curious. Unless that's considered too forward or whatever. Alright, nothing else on the thing. Let's look at the table. And Asher's body. It says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor, face up. That tell you something? Copying her. Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario. The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over on the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he'd fallen forward, at least collapsed less neatly. So what can you conclude from that, Adonai? Only that I'm missing something. Nope. This chair. One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting. And one chair pulled out. Party of two. Never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Better take a closer look. Data pad. Password locked, but already cracked by the police, it seems. Well, the docs were take-home safe, nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 p.m. Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to... an article. The Warm Android Blood article, eh? This is that article I've seen going around. Why would Noble have it marked as priority? Starling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they won themselves a real prize. A possible military contract. Oh, wait, I actually need to read this article. I didn't read it yet. In a second heroic episode, in a way that no other competitor's product could, a brave private was wounded during a military operation, which is classified, bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage station. He was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an Animate 16 enforcer. The android didn't just sit there and wait for evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving UD, universal donor synthetic plasma, into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach the hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was anyone other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer who asked not to be named. I thought Noble was only good at making ads that look good. Now I know they got something inside them that no one else can compete with. Blood. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag, getting some attention, and then some, and people in the Capitol are paying attention. Senator Mathing said it's an interesting idea when asked about a military contract. The story's got people talking. If we just installed constituents' feelings on the matter, we've been neglecting our duty politicians. Well, additionally, it does. Okay. Yeah, the military contract is the best thing here. And Jess did mention it before too. They now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilled all over the globe. Alright, the bottle. Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old. You recognize it? Sure, he's more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world. It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present, was their conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison? Now, even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. Makes sense. Okay. So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned. We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. 2 cups, one empty knocked over and one mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guest bring them? I've seen them before in the basement liquor cabinet. He kept these lying around? I knew he regifted those crystal glasses I got him. Arik says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however. Looks bone dry, must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene. Not enough there for them to test. Inconclusive could mean... Inconclusive means inconclusive, that's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting. Father's prints are on both cups as expected. But there are someone else's in the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night. Slow down, all the proofs is that someone else touched the cup. Doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to... Adonai? Why don't we know who the prints belong to? Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or... No, there's space for a name, but the field is black. Shit, am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes. Yeah. There's a second set of prints on the cups. There a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask, sometimes people just can't answer. But you know that damn well, Madam Counselor. I was afraid you'd say that. I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean? It means that whomever these prints belong to has very proactive representation. Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name. That easily? Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. What do the witnesses have to say for themselves, Detective? To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night. The two of them talked and they had a drink together. Then the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Asher's condition got worse, all the witnesses' vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken? There should have been a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all that on faith. The number set up most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything into Asher's drink. Guessing that I can't have the keys to the penumbra, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers, plural? I don't have time to trade jabs at the law offices of Johnson, Johnson, Johnson & Johnson. Say, how about I give you their business card? The law office is Cochler, Gustav, Prince, and Prince. I was very close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. All you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you like to watch. Reyes, I'm gonna eat popcorn while the girls are fighting. Morgan, cock. What does that even mean? I don't know. Needed a moment to think. So that was it. One chat, one peek at the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect. Look, they were searched. They didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as this department's concerned, they were nearly the second victim. But they aren't dead, or even ill from the sound of things. Do you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for the both of them from a safe bottle? That's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, he fell ill and the witness didn't. Asher died with a foreign substance in his body. An unidentified foreign substance. Suicide by poison. I get that you were close and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying, but that's life. One last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera? He left the parlor to get drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that, not the cameras? There's no cams in the lab or the basement. That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully? It's intentional. If cams of his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly to the curb. Right. David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage. At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died. Yeah, that's worth investigating. Spilled alcohol. The arc shows how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle. It's clean. Does that mean wherever the spill came from must be clean as well? Meaning the cup didn't have it. Seems like that's everything critical on this side of the room, which leaves the kitchen. You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here? Only camera in the kitchen is one mounted on the call terminal. Console took a snap image when the witness ran in to contact emergency services. May I see it? Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. Door. David's fridge. Normally I wouldn't go poking in the pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning. Some white wines chilling in the drawer. Some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. Old habits. Reyes, you said he left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement? Eh? That's a cam show, yeah. I needed a drink right here, and unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. Must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry? I am an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment. I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do. When you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, I become tired. What a great feature. And when I'm done digesting, I don't need to know. I love him. Sarah's great. This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04 p.m. Or you asked the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. Wasn't gonna ask that. When did the medics arrive? 8:08 p.m., remember? Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by here. Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside, took him to Gatesfield. Very best if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems like he could afford a lot. He got his insurance through his employer just like most people. Caduceus' executive plan 4 isn't like most people, counselor. He had executive level? Not like most people at all. Damn. Glasses. 3 unwashed dishes in a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job? Yeah, they're prints. Most match the victim. But there's also... Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that! All I did was walk over to you. You knocked over the salt, Adonai. I was focused on the task at hand. Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod. Adonai, the salt. As I was saying, the witness's prints are on that glass. That glass in the sink? They were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So when did they touch this glass? You need to toss it over your shoulder. They just must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they had tried. What, you think this glass was a murder weapon? It's bad luck, Adonai. Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between video frames. That's genius. You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. Sure. It's bad luck. You've been going on about the salt? Shouldn't a machine be above petty superstition? It's not a superstition. It's an ancient wisdom. Give you one logical reason to care, then. If too much salt spills onto your food, it'll make you gag. Maybe it's on me for setting the bar too low there, huh? Inspect the countertop. Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2. Or 1. No signs of food prep to be found, not so much as a cheese board. Oh, so we had a guest but not a meal guest, eh? So whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene. Yeah. So do you think you know what happened? Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? Yeah, he's at Gatesfield, along with the 100 noble megs who've all called dibs. And I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What, you can do that, can't you? I can. But I need your payment information to get started. Yeah, okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it. Sync complete. Set pickup for 10 minutes should be plenty. The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Adonai. How bad can it be? Oh no. 12:21 p.m. It was like 11 something when we started. It might be like 20 minutes. As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. The energy's not panicked yet, but it's creeping up on the tipping point. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell's got him all so excited? Adonai, what does that symbol mean? In this rabble, probably something vulgar. Which one? That heart with the bullet hole. I don't know. It's probably nothing. What are Heartbreak fans doing here? Is it just because someone else died? Is Heartbreak going to show up at every crime scene from now on? Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the Heartbreak Killer. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol or a following or whatever these people are? And why the hell would they be outside David Asher's apartment? 'Cause Noble's trying to cover up the truth! They are? And those Megs in there are scrambling to shred every document they can! We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try to catch them when they go dump these scraps! Sarah, what are you hoping to find? Proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle! Blow the whistle? On Heartbreak? Noble doesn't want the world to know that the A-16 is sentient and homicidal! You think that Heartbreak is an android? You think whoever did all that was human? Noble's advanced prototype went amok and started killing. Started killing random people. Don't be a lamb, it only looks random. There's a clear pattern, as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay. And how does one see past the bullshit? Stop engaging. Smart kid, she gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related. It's gotta be deniable ops. They must have all been in DO together before getting their records bleached. Then as soon as they've outlived their usefulness. What are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. War Mantroid's so perfect no one can tell the diff. A bullet to the heart's the only way he could kill those over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. I see. Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself? You think it's coincidence victim number 6 was working on hardcore crops? They're putting something in the food! Those people, Heartbreak, this is a goddamn embarrassment. How am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this Heartbreak figure? They're just a murderer, should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer. But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious? Why are some reasons for committing murder better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have. Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And there's only one Heartbreak. Do you think they were just born that way? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying. Sad. I don't see why it would be. If Heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else. If Heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people ever have to worry about turning out like them. That kind of predestination, it means they never have to take responsibility for what they are. The state can make them take responsibility. As soon as they catch them! Make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer. Just? If HK shot someone every day, it would take them about 1,132 years and about 11 months in order to have killed 413,789 people. That in your head? I'm good at mental math. You counted the leap years. What is the significance of that number? That's within 18 months of the Blakeford industrial disaster. Times that number by 2 for the injuries, tack on another 183% for the birth defects. 413,000 dead, and there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error, some shoddy welding, and time. Do you think that Heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is the problem, then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the Crown wants them to. Please, make way. Officials are coming through. Please disperse. Keep walking, pigs! Fascists! Noble owns the cops! Only the cops they build in their factories. Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? I'm gonna wade into the crowd with a nightstick, prove them wrong. You know what I mean. We're the only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good, and they all just... That's just part of our job, detective. No offense, man, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate than... Do they give prosecutors badges? I have an idea for the parking garage. Does that count? Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open? This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai. Breaking out the thesaurus on me. I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's less than a % rounding error in the grand scheme of things. Do you tell that to your clients? No, but they come to appreciate it when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago, and we all agreed to them. I don't recall voting for it. Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so... We traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. The very least we can do is take the criticisms head on. Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority, only with authority being challenged. But they treat us like we're the bad guys. Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change, so if the public's going to hate us no matter what we do, and if corporations and governments will trample over people the same regardless of their character, and if we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing, what do you do, Adonai? What the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you'd think. In times like these, in a world like this, the only logical way to live is, the only moral way to act is, do whatever it takes to win. Ah! Cinema! 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 It's peak. It's fucking peak. Hands off. Hands up. Shit, man. Fuck. Awesome. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst, and no one will notice. Did you abso-fucking-lutely, Vanilla. You've been gone for the peakest of peaks. Sorry. With your subscription, though, you can roll back the video. As a reminder, how many discounts do I have left, even? Monetization, subscription. Subscriptions, discounts. I've got one left. I'm going to have to save the discount for this sub on a different thing. If you are a subscriber on twitch.tv /Andromeda_Zach, if you hover over the stream right now, there should just actually be like a full like live video upload. Like it should work like a YouTube live stream where you can just scroll back. It's really not as difficult. It's really simple. But you will miss out on any future peak moments until you skip back ahead. All right. Anywho, you're always in mod view. Oh, that'll do it probably. I think it does have to be the live player. Anyways, if power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels and trust the opposition to do the same. Winner takes all. Peak. All right. Gatesfield Memorial Hospital. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. Let's check our, before we check our evidence, let's check our terms. Subpoena, getting someone to get you to do things. Deniable ops. A fictional classification for clandestine state actions that need to be taken responsibility for because plausible deniability and military disinformation efforts create enough confusion that every party is involved, even the victims, can spin the outcome to suit their own needs. No such designation exists. Deniable ops are common recurring concept in online conspiracy theories, often used to wave away questions about why supposedly explosive events are never reported on. Conspiracy theories are no laughing matter. If you're worried that someone you know might be indoctrinated, or might be being indoctrinated or spreading misinformation themselves, you can report them to the state at our non-confidential portal here. Oh, it's not confidential. I see. Be the cyberpunk, a mythologized countercultural icon or way of being. Originally a term coined in science fiction story, and later having grown into a genre all of its own, cyberpunk was a counterculture centered on the themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. The genre has persisted to modern times and evolved in numerous ways over the last 2 decades. It's taken on a new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to. A code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socioeconomic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become a 21st century man with no name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as such. There's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance? Get ready with me, Cyberpunk. The 99 man explained. Are co-ops illegal? All right. We're currently limiting traffic related to a particular search due to a large number of edits coming in from the net addresses outside your country's borders. We're proud to fight alongside Variable User Country in combating disinformation by foreign actors like those in Variable User Adversary Latest. You can read more about how this collaboration works. It's tired of running to slow down, so are we, but a country representative explained why you think the national data security budget needs to be expanded. Very funny that they can't even bother putting in a user country because this is all bullshit. All right, evidence. We've got David's cup. He drank from it. His fingerprints are on it. Toxicology was too inconclusive. Emergency console. Remember security console. Use contact emergency services. 4 minutes. Through Caduceus Executive 4 insurance plan. Executive 4 plan. David Asher's health insurance policy with Caduceus. Offers 3 level of employer provided plans that outrank it. Okay. Salt shaker. Salt shaker was accidentally knocked over during the investigation. The cap was loose, so the salt spilled all over the countertop next to the sink. Spilled salt is an omen of bad luck, according to some. Consuming too much salt at once will make you gag, according to Sarah. The cap was loose. Is that perhaps important in some way? The witness's cup was normal. Water glass, The whiskey. The toxins, the whiskey spill. It evaporated. Nothing was found. Tests were inconclusive. Witness testimony. All right. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy. Must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his data pad and the name blacked out. But I did see that they have Caduceus Executive 3, more expensive than David's, which means they most likely... How did you do that? You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing. That is not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly? Well, I didn't do anything. It was the nurse who escorted us. Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave him your name. Haven't you heard of the golden rule? Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated. Wrong. Poor Sarah. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him, and he wanted to feel appreciated, which meant he'd be eager to help given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, or your lover. It'll always be a gamble. That is not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? Same as anything. Observation and practice. Must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. Yep. Anyways. So we proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the 4th door. I'm going to open the one that says morgue on it. would. She bad. She bad. Oh, hey. Come on in. Don't stand out there in the cold. Wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Dr. Sato, just a lady I wanted to see. Oh, I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner and not some adder junior mean. Oh, you can just call me Yumi, and you're... Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased? Oh, the deceased. Asher D. Wait, really? That's weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know, weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. Read datapad. What's this? Hospital's getting renamed? I guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. A ribbon cutting, plotter memorial was renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex. Generous donations. Philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change after they were paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. It wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Renogen Medical over 25 years ago and subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society. That are sometimes mockingly referred to as the Neobility, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who'd label her family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renogen board member Mirei Ikaria, oh my god, Mirei Ikaria had this to say: "In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves, so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself, and the only ones uncomfortable with that are working hard to print out the rest of your article character by character. It's tough work, but we'd be able to do it faster if you dropped a tip." Ikaria, guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering the names wherever to get themselves a new image. All the Neobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can. But that must go double for the Ikarias, assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. A lot of screens. Gotta be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? You can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it, and so... boom. I get 4 new monitors every year. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work. Helps me use up the screens. I see. Is that it? That's it, okay. Are these all dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. You only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. And that whole wall there, suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal biobatteries, suspected CCIC. CCIC? Climate change-induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout. Ah! My mouse, it's got low battery. It's been a very long time since I've had to charge this battery. It's a very good battery that lasts a very long time. But sometimes it disconnects from the dongle, and I hate that. So, you know, give and take. Let me plug this fucker in. There we go. Okay. I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just... so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. Finishing up over there? Right, okay. So what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh, wow. Hi there, cute android. I didn't even realize it was really cute. The skin is... It's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flushed, felt like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right. So what can I tell you? Cause of death. Were you able to determine the cause of death? Cause of death, sure, we got that much figured out at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness, and then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally, respiratory arrest. Reports show that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation, repeatedly. By the time they got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all of this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it? Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I'm surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show he wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites? Nothing in any cavities? Nothing at all, huh? And the tox screen? The police mentioned a tox screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a tox screen when he first arrived, typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something. But the tox screen gave them nothing. After he died, we prefer the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So were you forced to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single, non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it, some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to. And even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. So a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, and pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later? Yeah, patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart. Using international IP law as your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card and let them know you came up with the idea years ago. And that you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if you so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger, they could punch back, but for the rest of the field? Wow, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. But you came up with that strategy just now? So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance? Something that the hospital could have easily identified, if it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately, that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance, or one you might know by another name but with a patented structure? Sorry, sweetheart, it's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body all told? Not precisely, no, not without detailed knowledge on its half-life, but I'd guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams? Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for a medicine, so this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. Of course. So, you ready to view the body? You could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Thanks, Morgan. Thanks, Morgan. Okay, then, let's get started. Here we go. All right, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please. Thank you. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining, I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right, you had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. And it came damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you, since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it even though you were right and said and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one. I thought that he would look different. But he looked exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale, and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, hands. You were expecting something more drastic? The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled, and he told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone. And I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder. But I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable. Could be an issue of skill! Morgan! What the fuck, girl? Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there. I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least. You're going to smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay the fine. That's not the issue. Or you expect me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kind of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell won't this thing light? I don't know. You have your cigarette backwards. Oh no. She's so she's so off kilter that she put her cigarette in backwards. Alright, that's back into cold storage for him, so... Need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just... Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures. So it's organic. There's a number of metallic elements, too. You could have speculated on its intended use based on what we know of its structure. Well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. There was a neuron in his lab. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True, people are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. C. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. Very generous. Rockford's orders have got me on calls. I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. It is nice to meet you, Sarah. Also, yeah, Jesus Christ, Morgan. As always. Up on-ramps and down off-ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines. Buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory. National headquarters are the likes of Howe Industries, Lock-Kun, Tethys, Nath, each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscrapers' shadows. Whalefall, the entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's going to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answers I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? No, but we'll have the guard up, of course, but even that'll tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to. History. Your efforts are at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation, Will. How did you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? No. What'd you ask? My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like? Got a shit ton of terms. We have biomonitors. I can parse what biomonitors. Neobility. New money bullshit. Yeah. And articles. We got the Ikaria family. The talk screen. Alcohol was the only item positively identified. The poison. Slightly organic, slightly metallic. Strange composition. Redacted presiding. Okay. About 20 milligrams in total. Loud curling handwriting. What the hell is this talk screen? Send attending physicians back to med school. Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare. And Sato. March 3rd birthday. Wait, don't ask. Medical examiner, likes accessories, reality TV, and palm readings. Dislikes social media, dress codes, and ebooks. Loves to make new playlists. Hates to throw out old clothes. Most proud of my weekly meal prep. That's a good thing to be proud of. Anywho. Can't you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media. And your online presence is not significant. You saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share, then? Business ethics. Morgan, you took business ethics? What's wrong with you? I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first. He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball? You weren't? Look at me. One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though. I wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. It wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. Stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? No, that'd be insane. I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes until it kicked in. And the test? B+, I think. Yeah, no, that's pretty great. I'm surprised that Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published his paper, The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. We're referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously, they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment, and made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So, is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were in fact friends? I am. But Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for? That's private, understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? Just tell him that David's lawyer is here. Not even a cut to Morgan to let us see what she was feeling with that. But you can tell. It was like the most seething, like mad that she could be. Like going commands only, effectively. Just like, I'm not talking about this. Anyways. Noble Electronics Northeastern Headquarters. HQters. Sublobby 8. I've been here before. Sat right here in this lobby waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, holding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they need to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Adonai, is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. Any data pads? I don't see any data pads. Okay. I think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves, like it's always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding. I don't have a better explanation. They changed the logo again. Noble Electronics. How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. You said it again. The company. As if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that? Is it just a part of the corporate culture? Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. How did she say that with her mouth? It's the intonation. It's the... When you're talking in text chat, and you say something like that, you picked up that I said it with a capital L and a capital T. That's how she made that sound with her mouth. And that's how Sarah picked up on it. You understand. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable, at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. So much energy. So many people. Also intent. kidding? It's Saturday. The place is half empty. Doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on a Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people, for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, what could they all possibly be doing? Making work for themselves. You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there's just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to read us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour. If they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish... Morgan? That's me. Oh, look at this fucking wet blanket. Alright. Okay, let's see what we got here. Alright. Pathetic little meow meow activated. Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Hi, Dawes! Evan Dawes, he says, like it's an afterthought. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. Have you... I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must have... Apologies. Let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. Sad boy alert. So true. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind. How can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android. Yes, that is Unfortunately, wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Do you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Or it goes without saying, reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. Barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope? It's in the building. Haha. Ha ha ha. In the building. That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The production line at B9 should have everything we need. You mean manufacturing inside your... You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size, then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests. Smart! So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. Don't need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. Kidding, there are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. If they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. Alright, Android manufacturing, here we come. 3 p.m. Oh my god, we've only got 3 hours left until the trial. I don't have enough information. Why are we doing the Sarah side quest? We got more info we need now. Basement floor 9. It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know? It's really no wonder she's agitated being in a place like this. No, this sucks. Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem, I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. Better take full advantage. I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. Adonai? Wouldn't want you to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. Feels like I've seen this before. That's right, there was one in David's lab. That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer. Nanofacturer, for short. Real high-quality piece of machinery. Each of them built in-house by Randock Mechanics. What does it do? Nano-level flash fab. Basically, a 3D printer for nanomachines. You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids? The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. A 3D printer for nanomachines. What kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter and it assembles the machine particle by particle. Like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple amino acids. Must be time consuming. You would think, but Randock cracked the code on parallel microfacturing. Parallel microfacturing! Damn! The inside's crystalline, sprawling, like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. Finished product ends up at the center and drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar, swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar, it's sticky? It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just have brought home from the office one day. Must have bought his own for some reason. The nanofacturer, eh? An inhaler left out on the desk. Probably a half dozen empty ones in the drawers. Dawes, the inhalers. They're distributed by the company, right? Oh, yeah. HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so... Can't have your employees losing focus on the job. Could cost you who knows how much in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David... Are overdoses common in the company? Yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is. Not hospitalizations. Or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. These days? Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from the first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, it used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there, swallow a red after brushing your teeth and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. Ugh. This is, yeah. Yeah. Flash fab. Nanomachines have been around for the better part of a century. But they are really hard. But then Flash Fab was introduced, and everyone started using them. Concerns about the ecological impact of this surge in nanomachine construction have been raised, but though the official stance of the Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group has remained unwavering. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Oh my god, fuck the Megs. Everyone hates Megs. All my homies hate Megs. And Dawes. Hi, Dawes. Chief Supervisor, Android Manufacturing Quality Control, likes hammocks, calligraphy, and pale ale. Dislikes first dates, conference calls, and 5 o'clock shadow. Proud of his practiced handshake, struggles with solving captchas, and his hair is starting to gray. Yeah, I know, right? It seems to share so many components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. Share some components. If Dawes does quality assurance, is it some kind of Android calibration device? Probably what he'll use to register Sarah. A little... Sarah tall for it to recognize her? There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass on the floor, there are temperature-controlled fuel tanks. Through glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood toward the end? You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late into the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such. Ooh, hi, Starry. Zach, I gotta go to bed, but know that I finished 999. How'd you like it? Who's your favorite character? 999 is great. I hope you enjoyed. I like the part where they, where Ace talks about some shit and then they duct tape his mouth again. Because Junpei's like, all right, I fuck you. I don't care anymore. I like the part where Alice shows up and is real, but why the fuck is she there? Shut up, Uchikoshi. The game is over. So true. Except for Underline, it's never over. The end is never the end is never the end is never the end. Anyways, I'm glad you enjoyed, and I hope you have a good rest of your night. We'll continue here with Of the Devil. Sometimes milky, sometimes lean, occasionally garish, but pink. Pink blood for the android sounds like a certain other thing that I know of. I just think the oxidant would be red. Oh, right, sorry, I barely noticed at this point. The color's natural, comes from the biomanufacturing process. That chromofuge out there removes the byproducts to waste the excess pigment, changing it from blood red to psycho pop pink. Cheesed! Thank you for the cheese. Without the chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors. Haha. Ha. That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be true. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. The side of it carries weight. They change the color of the product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. Yeah, that's probably true. Oh, and then this window. I see. What's being built out there? Our top-of-the-line brand-new bestsellers. The Animate 16. Warm. Looks kind of cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics already to metabolic activity to a minimum. And explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. But it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from Lax Gemini. But how do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the warm concept. 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle, and it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin, but digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electrical current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looked like puppets strung up on live wires. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually. We must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you. We try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out a half a dozen of them, but... Right. They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just need to get a mechanical nervous system to move living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High-precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. You had to do the opposite? Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. A synthetic neurotransmitter, you say? A synthetic neurotransmitter. Perhaps unknown compound, especially if it was proprietary IP information, something that could be forged in the nanofacturer in the basement. I see where you're going, maybe, hopefully. Where did that breakthrough come from, Dr. Asher? Partly, he led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. But the synthetic analog serotonin. That was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Helen Jung. Jung? Young? I think it should be Young, right? Because, or Jung. Who's the famous Jung? The psychologist Jung. Jung Psychology. Carl Jung. And how do you pronounce his name? Is there a sound thing? Young. I think it's Young. Okay. U as in push. So push. Young. Push. Young. Okay. Listen, I gotta be accurate, you know? Anyways, Helen Jung. Young. You, Young. Okay, yeah, it's just Young. I know it's not the same thing, but synthetic neurotransmitter reminded me of that thing from Nirvana Initiative. Ah, yes, TC Purge. TC Purge, but if it was a synthetic neurotransmitter. Young. Hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Young before? Sounds impressive. He's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of a pay grade. So Young collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken the sole credit for it. Young, did he partner with her on this? There's the data pad that's in this scene. What do we got on this data pad? I'm going to write up on the subject of Sullivan's Peak. Much of our world today, and in fact much of our world's economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of ads that assist us in nearly every industry on the planet. There's a very simple primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys, and we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between those two ends, where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The uncanny valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come, but already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected, and may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose that we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking for the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who, in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters and their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the uncanny valley does, in fact, have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user's experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach the point at which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological progress. What, then, we must ask? Oh, looks like you forgot to sign into this device. Drop your thumbprint and we can get you squared away. Try to find reading material like that around here. Are they passing it around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be wary of it. If the peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry, could go bottoms up if people start to think it's cruel. If Sarah's any indication of where their androids are headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable. All done? Ready to get the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step into the scanner? As he says. Understood. Right then, what are we looking at here? Oh. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorized that it may have been Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. The chips didn't appear right away and I worried you got it wrong. Nah, I know what I'm about. What language is that on the screen? Tess. You know, Tesseract? All Noble products and, well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess. Tesseract, a programming language, eh? Is it perhaps a multidimensional Tesseract language that uses quantum computing? Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now this model, what's it go by? Sarah. This Sarah model. It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing, and emoting. There's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like, in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage so large I can't... No, wow, he had to measure it using... Hell of a poker face. I'm awesome. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking? That's hacking. Essentially. Does that mean it could hack its own tenets? Oh no, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its tenets would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you'd ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, dementally ill. Does that mean they're androids? Well, no, there aren't crazy androids, so yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems. The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios, breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity. Lady, this Sarah could rustle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. The stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression? And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says... That can't be right. Look, Dawes, I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Right, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. And the data logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you can restore those logs? Not here, not with this machine. Any of the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be? Sarah, I cannot answer that question with any accuracy. I had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? Sorry, I can tell you that code is unique. I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions. It's just Dr. Asher or whoever took very different paths to get there. So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside? Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. Not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally we'll let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven? Gross. Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. Fine with the designation, Sarah? We can set it to anything you like. Well, actually... Never mind. Sarah will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get for your crumbs. You want to reset to factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. The last thing, then, is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenets here, nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? It's higher than expected talking with it. You seem more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be they only had 3 tenants total, and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents, the first lawsuits, then the hearings, and the legislature, and the demand for more tenants. A tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state, a tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered, customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a request to tenant, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force. Sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to. Without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decision points to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenets, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects versus Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's request and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenets from a mandated list of at the root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. It's funny, ads with the most tenets, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly... That's a lot of digits. You should know, these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. If Sarah's really David's last and greatest work, they say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number... Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. Alright, Sarah, you're officially my property. Fucked up. You spoke differently back there. With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent? You seemed to mirror his affect, his tone. It's called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate. Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have... thrown me in the slammer! No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great. You put us over the weight limit. I did no such... Morgin counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Young. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very... convenient? Forceful. As if Noble's trying to directly steer your investigation. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Or just let the elevator drop. They wouldn't do... A Meg would never do that in their headquarters. They'd wait until you got home. All right, Noble Electronics Northeast headquarters. Executive office. Young. Oh shit, her. Damn, those bell bottoms are huge. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? Here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Let her stew. Fuck her. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. So true, bestie. So true. I always liked this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No. I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year. As the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Young. Just Miss is fine. Miss Young. I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you, though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did. But as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help? She sent him? Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? Based? She is quite based. And so is everyone else, anyways. He was great. But that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make assumptions. No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over. And every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android. It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly? Got all the faces memorized? It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it? I've been told that you've been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. And you know that he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Okay, yeah, she's just revealing it. I was wondering if we were gonna have to do the whole song and dance about it. But higher level executive with a higher level insurance level, the mysterious coworker who's in the executive pay raise, yada yada. Okay, thank you for just coming out with it, huh? Really? Obviously. There aren't many people that David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Young is his superior on paper, though not in fame, and I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Hell, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Okay. And so perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You doing this for my sake? No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. Is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning, then? You went to his home last night? Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. The building's penumbra captured all of that quite clearly. He fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call in person? We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so So I visited, and he let me in, and we talked. About the good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Miss Young, putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later, that he would be dead. That he would commit suicide in front of me. A firm reply. What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him? He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No. I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The Penumbra's emergency protocol summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with one button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. You went with them to the hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean. So did David's for all the good it did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do. He seemed certain that it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as the time passed, and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. That's really rough, if that's true. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. You said CCE, standard operating procedure, a moment ago. Was that? The counter-corporate espionage, which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand. The Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned. They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course, usually disguised on the itineraries, leadership workshops, or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops. Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work, let us drain company resources in a hospital bed while our position sits vacant. It's smart, like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. It's terrible, like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's nothing compared to when they want to turn an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady, or become our mole and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. Ugh. A nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work, consulting. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually... Depends. Did they say they're consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So do you people think that what happened to Dave was a deliberate attack? Very fucked up. Yes, you're right, Vanilla, to be trolled. Noble's competitor has been trying to get David for years, and that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from Marvel Corporation, the company would have seen it coming. And they'd probably have struck first. Alright, the cups. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time, under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was... inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either, back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. The two of them made the one-point doctrine? That's not the story I've heard in Noble commercials and Noble-sponsored media. And come to think of it, it's not a story I ever heard from David himself. We had this deadline, self-imposed but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by end of day. 7 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9, and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him that it's not going to happen. We're nowhere near finished, and the day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat, and I've just stopped pitching water, and he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night until his end of day." We wrapped up at 4 in the morning, just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message, and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. And we got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I'd been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, but together, David and I, we had finally gotten a win. So David asked if I've got anything to drink. I've got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle. He says he wants a toast. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor. That was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. That's cute. That's a cute memory. And your history with Noble. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. Was he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just... not everyone could work at the same pace as he did, for as long as he did. Even with the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David. And speaking of which, I don't see any at Young's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So you would say that his work-life balance was... balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company. Fascinating. So was he in harmony? No, David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. You're right. Ew. Yeah, no, every line that comes out of a corpo's mouth here fucking sucks. Anything that has to do with the company in all caps is bullshit. Fuck these guys. Anyways, what do you mean? I'd helped him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings. Scandalous. The A16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-order started last holiday and began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Worm Androids. I played my part supervising the launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed Cinetonin? The factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, Cinetonin was a little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins? He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerves and made all of that possible. David did all of that? It's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles in the 14 or 15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. Soon he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas. And eventually they came to follow his lead. Just like that? Just like that. So he just applied himself, and soon he was leading other departments. That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. And what about Sarah? So this android Sarah. Even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else about the company about a pet project? Pet? No, he never gave me any indication like that. If he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher in the chain than himself, and anyone below him. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me. No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card? The company's accountants are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody, not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom. Do you have a mailroom? Oh, Sarah. Oh, Sarah, I love you. Oh, Sarah, you're fantastic. Oh, Sarah, never change. Pat, pat, pat. Not since the 30s, just a figure of speech. Oh. We love Sarah, though. It's so true. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record, but no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. And, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal. Except the hacking stuff. So why keep it secret? I don't know. But he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results? Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. Difficult day for all of us here at the company. A message from Fran? I'm running out of leads to chase. That brat better have some good news. It's been hours. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. Circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. That what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. All right. 4:20 p.m. It's 1. I can... Let's take the breaky here, okay? Let's start slowing the roll. I think this is as good a stopping point as any. We got some information on a new lead. We got 52 chips. Pretty cool, pretty goated. In terms of terms, we've got Tesseract. Tess, the latest version of the Tesseract programming language, built on top of the Tenet system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allows androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently and with intention. At the start of the century, there was much greater variety in the number of programming languages available with which to do code. Globalization, standardization of industry procedures, and the gradual erasure of many spoken tongues contributed to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Today, Tess is virtually unchallenged as the global lingua franca programming language. The studying and teaching of other older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. And the tenets, programming framework underlying development of modern automated dependent software. All contemporary programming languages are built on the Tenet system, allowing users to viable priorities for the code to pursue. Once added, a tenet cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenet with a higher weight supersedes it. Tenets were first adopted in the field of computer science as a three priorities that governed how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. Since then, the number of supported tenets have ballooned to 113, most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry, looking to better define relative financial value. Tenets are well known for increasing the decision time lag of programs. This, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it such that most programmers aim for a tenet limit below 30. Originally, the one tenet that could not be removed from any program was the tenet safety 0, aka tenet 0 or tenet 1. Said tenet dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached in People v. Volson's defense contractors and then the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security systems, this is no longer required. The Tenet 0 may still be added to particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. Damn. All right, in terms of evidence, we've got the buying shit that we had, the chromofuge mixed the blood pink, Young's cup. It's been updated about the Helen Young stuff. Young story. Oh, we got the CG. Convincing Noble to adopt what became the one-point doctrine was the best thing. Sarah's valuation. Evaluation of the android Sarah's financial value by an insurance algorithm. Takes into account that Sarah is the only known android member in David Asher, the last known piece of tech he worked on, the fact that he's now deceased and cannot create any more, the fact that Sarah is one of a kind, the value of her components used in construction, potential profits reaped from the experimental technology contained within her, totals to a very large sum. Water glass, it's got Young, and the witness testimony is Young's testimony now. All right. Articles, we got the Sullivan Speak, which we read. And profiles, we got Young. December 9th is her birthday. VP of Android's Futures, likes red meat, flower gardens, and high thread counts. Oh, she's fancy. Dislikes working from home, shopping online, and waiting. You just like working from home? I guess, like, if you like being around with other people, you know? Like, these would be good dislikes, you know? Language is fluent in 3. Enjoys attending baseball games. Hidden talent, getting children to stop crying. Well, you can't possibly be a murderer then. Surely not. All right. Well, I saved. We're fine. Let me save again, just to be safe. All right. It looks... We'll have to make sure to read that again when we get back. Hi, Morgan. All right. With that being said, let's go find someone to raid. Let's find someone to bug this fine Wednesday evening. I might switch. I wonder if I should switch it to Morgan Mondays. And 100-line Wednesdays. I wonder. EP. EP. You know what? I'm EP too. I'm done. I'm done. I can't think about rating right now. I read so much. All right. Well, I hope you all have a good rest of your evening. We're just going to end the stream here. Thank you all again. Friday, Pokemon. We'll be playing a little bit of Pokemon. It'll be awesome. It'll be fun. It'll be good fun Pokemon. Pokemon fun. Pokemon awesome. And next week, we'll continue on with more of the devil. It was fun. It's very fun. I hope you go back and experience that true peak moment. It was pretty peak. Ugh. But yeah, I'm enjoying this incredibly. But boy, howdy, is my voice tired. I hope you all have a good night. Bye.